Full stream. There we go. There we go. We should be live on all the streams now. Let me just
All
verify
right.
it so we don't look silly if we're not.
I do see us on TikTok.
Yep. In fact, I need to join up. And we're live on both YouTube channels. Oh, I gotta turn my volume down on my phone. Turn the Wi-Fi off so I'm not robbing my bandwidth. And request up.
Yeah.
So, how long until we change your name to Doctor Professor Sir Quanta?
Okay. Sorry, one sec. I had to mute myself on TikTok.
Yeah, both
How
of us.
long? Less than a year. That's the plan.
Damn, that's
Less
close.
than a year.
I bet
hmm
it feels good.
It does. There was a little hiccup in my uh group though, in my research group, that hopefully won't set me back too long. In fact, might even make it things faster. But my advisor just quit randomly. So
Just
yeah,
gone?
just like, hey, peace out. I'm done with academia. Just yeah.
Damn. I
But
mean,
I'm actually very
I get
happy
it.
about this situation because he was I didn't get along well with him. So
Oh, yeah, you
yeah,
probably weren't the only
not
one.
not many people did.
Yeah. Well, friends, welcome in. You'll notice that the handsome gentleman below me is not Dr. Blitz. He is going to be out this week. Ian should be joining us shortly. But we're certainly in good hands with Quantonaut. I have to start by making one statement, which is that there was a super chat that came in right at the beginning of the stream, and I had to reboot my computer so it didn't load up. But it's from C-Bar for $4.99. Thank you so much, C-Bar. I really appreciate that, friend. Sorry I had to reboot my computer and kind of mess up some of my feeds, but we should be good to go now. Things happen, for some reason rebooting a computer does all kinds of magic stuff to it that makes broken things work. uh but helping make a
Look,
deconstruct. What's that?
turning things off and on again always works, even like for particle colliders. I've learned.
Yeah, that's right. Are they? Well, we'll talk about operating systems in a minute. Helping make a deconstruct. Thank you for the super tip. I'm ready for the devil's trio to educate callers today. We should consider implementing a poll to predict when Ian will emerge each Sunday. Rock hard for Doug and Simply What for Shared. That's actually not a bad idea. Do you think we could do like a door prize for the
Yeah,
for whoever
it's
gets it
like
correct?
if the groundhog sees its shadow or not. Depending on when
Yeah,
they come in, it's like 6 more weeks of winter.
I think this is the thing to do. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Maybe if you're the one that guesses how when Ian will be in stream, we can put your name on the screen as like the winner for the week. I'm just saying it's something we could do. It is a distinct possibility. It's within our capabilities. Now,
We have the technology.
nevertheless, friends, while we're waiting for Ian to arrive, the guest box is open on YouTube, Twitch, and on TikTok. On TikTok, just hit the guest request. We'll get you in. Oh my goodness, excuse me. I'm not flicking you off. Sorry, my fingers been in a splint all week. It's hard to bend. But if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can just use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/UA guest. I'm about to say the one for my live stream. Sorry. And listen, you don't have to believe in the Abrahamic God. I know a lot of people do. We got Muslims and Christians in here quite often. Every once in a great while, we'll have a Jewish person, but they don't typically proselytize all that much. But hey, we'd love to hear about it, even if you have some weird. In fact, Quantonaut would love it if you had a weird quantum theory about God and the universe, and possibly even how God is made of energy and light, but also in a simulation. It'd be a lot of fun.
Oh, you're trying to form my own personal hell. I see
Mm-hmm.
this.
Yeah. I'm not
Also,
juicing it at all.
I saw somebody say it's not uh, allegedly Ian, it's eventually Ian. Oh, it's so good.
Eventually, is. I mean, it's accurate, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
when you're as good and as charming as Ian, though, you kind of you get to show up fashionably late, right? is what it
Yep.
is. Nevertheless, friends, Texas Panhandler, great to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat. I hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday, guys. Good to see you again. Quantonaut, 456 hours to go. Hell yeah, that's why I'm talking about Texas. I'm excited for you, maybe as much as anyone can be who's not actually in the situation. So, huge W. Speaking of which, here's Space to share it. Great to see you. 2,000, 27,360 minutes, just to be precise. And you guys know I do love details. So preciseness is good. Or 16,416,000,000 seconds. That's actually a lot of seconds. It's interesting how quickly seconds add up. Damn. Trillions of them, even. Well, actually, in a one or two more, almost two doublings will be as like our national debt. Pretty crazy. Oh man. Anyways, Quanta, what do you got going on this week? You told me that you got invited to a thing. Is that still happening?
Yes. Yeah, so far, yes. We'll see. So for those who don't know, I was invited by the Department of Energy to advocate for the Electron Ion Collider project in DC, which that in itself is cool. But the event that I'll be going to, perhaps some of you have seen it in the news for like hosting like a WrestleMania event on the front lawn of the White House or something. It's ridiculous. But I gotta advocate for science. It's a publicly funded project, so we gotta play the politics game.
Yeah, true.
That is, of course, if the event still is going.
Right, right.
The way things turn out, the big guy might have a tantrum and cancel the whole thing. So we'll see.
True. That's what I expected already by now. Either that it's going to be like him, Kid Rock, and like Ted Nugent. Those three, and they're going to put Trump on backup vocals. It's not going to be pretty. Can you imagine
Oh
him singing
Lord,
"Cat Scratch Fever"?
no, I can't, and I don't want to.
It would be
But
fitting.
what's funny is that right after that event, I actually have a conference in Scotland to
Oh
go to.
shit,
So it's going to be a lot of travel.
that's what I'm talking about. Okay, it's a personal question, but do you think you're going to wear a kilt while you're over there? Just
I
it's
don't
an
think so,
option.
but I'll try haggis.
Okay, all right, fair enough. That's a good compromise. Mr. Payco, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. I hope you're doing well this morning. Putting all my energy into neutrinos. Wait, all my energy. Oh, sorry. Into my neutrinos, prove that Jesus resurrected. Paper just to give Quanta an aneurysm.
I feel it coming. I feel it coming.
Now, am I remember correctly? It was neutrinos that they shot through the Earth to prove that it was round, right? Because they're so
Well, they didn't
small.
do it.
Okay.
They didn't do it to prove that the Earth was round. That's just a fun side effect of the
Oh,
actual
okay,
experiment.
okay.
Physicists, fun fact: we already know that the Earth is round. So
Fair enough. Yeah. It wasn't a guess, as it turns out.
no,
Yeah, but
no,
I don't know. The word theory popped up once, so it might not be real
no!
science.
My weakness.
Oh
Oh,
my
if only I
goodness.
knew it was called sea level and not sea curve. Oh,
Exactly. If only you knew. If only. I mean, if you weren't cucked by science, big globe, Rand McNally. Uh,
yeah, yeah. Everybody knows that as a grad student, I'm getting paid those big bucks.
Huge. Yeah, as you're eating ramen
Famously.
noodles. The V dude, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Premise number one: a wizard is never late. Premise number two: a wizard arrives precisely when they meant to. Premise three: oh no, Ian arrives precisely when they mean to. C: Ian is a wizard. I think that's conclusive, actually.
The math checks out.
It checks out. It seems sound and valid. Raise your hand if you think it's not working. No hands. No hands. Everybody is on board. Never mind the 17-second latency. Tim, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the super chat. Another Quantonaut appearance. True. Now,
I've eaten Blitz.
he's literally consumed bliss. He was skinny to begin with. It wasn't much. Although, is he tall?
I haven't
I
seen him
forget
in
now.
person.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure, but I didn't know if he had to like split jaw and snake it, when you had to go. This is gonna get really rated X soon. I'm gonna shut
All that
up.
hair gets caught in your teeth, though.
Oh damn. Oh boy. Well, listen, friends. I know we're waiting for Ian to arrive, but we do already have guest boxes open on if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. If you're watching on TikTok, we already got 150 people in here. It should be climbing here shortly as well. And now is a great time to get in live. So we're streaming typically from 11 to 3. That gives us a 4 hour slot. And what we have a lot of times is we have people left over at the end of the stream. Even last week, we had people left over that we didn't get to because nobody wants to be the first caller. And then they all end up calling in after the queue is already full up and then we can't get to everybody. So I'll make the same announcement that I'll make every week. Hey, friends, if you want to talk about God, you want to get into the queue early so that you get an opportunity to talk. And I would maybe also reiterate that this is for opposition. We're not doing like a friendlies Q&A. They are fun though. And to be fair, there'll be a little bit of Q&A via super chat, which we typically allow. If somebody super chats and asks a question, we usually answer it for them. But we're not doing a Q&A. So but nevertheless, I think we got our first guest in here already. So give me a second and we're going to pull him in right now. Truth teller. That sounds promising. Welcome in, Truth Teller. Are you at least 18?
Yes,
Awesome. And do you believe in some kind of a god?
I believe in God.
Sure. Well, which kind?
The normal kind?
Like the Abrahamic kind, the Hindu kind, the
No, the real
spiritual?
kind. The real
Uh,
God, not the fake God.
oh, so you don't believe in God
Oh, that
then?
narrows it down.
No, I don't believe in religion. But the real
No,
God is there.
I don't believe in religion.
I don't either.
Oh, well then you shouldn't believe in God.
God is good. So it
Uh,
is real. He
God
is
is
real.
good. Oh, how do you know
Yeah.
God's? Well,
This is
I'm
gonna be
going
a
to
slog, I
assume.
can tell.
I know. I'm assuming you're a Christian or a Muslim. Am I correct?
Look, if evil is a reality, then
He's
good is
he
also
couldn't even
reality. So
he,
God is
he
real.
couldn't even tell me what religion he is. What religion are you?
I don't have a fucking religion.
I find that doubtful. What's
Can
the
you
name of
make
your
it
I
a
god?
don't
more
need a
specific
religion to
claim?
believe in God.
Do you believe in like a specific miracle, for example? Like something that's like,
Yeah, I got saved many times
Oh, saved from what?
from death.
Oh, yeah. We're alive, which means we're
There
saved from
is
death.
God.
That's not meaningful. Does your god have a name?
There is God.
Yeah, but does your god have a name?
He's just God. He has different
Oh,
names.
okay. So you truth teller. That's a crazy name for someone who isn't gonna claim to be a Christian. But I'm just gonna put
You guys are just evil.
general
That's why you don't
theist.
believe in him.
Well, how do you define evil?
oh, I forgot
Because
that
I
I was
can
evil.
smell it. I can see it already.
You can smell
you're talking.
evil. What's
Yeah,
your
I can
I did
measuring
smell
not
evil.
consent to you smelling me.
what's your measuring stick for evil?
It smells bad.
No, what's your measuring stick or
Yeah, I measure it by how many bad things you have done.
oh, how many bad things have I done?
I don't know. You look like a guy,
So you
not a
said I'm
trustworthy
bad,
guy.
and you know bad by how many bad things I've done, but you don't know anything
Yeah,
about me. So you don't know I'm bad. Then you lied.
I can smell evil. I can
You can
see.
smell me,
Why are you
yeah,
sniffing
through the
guys,
internet.
man?
Yeah,
I
I
did
can
not
see it in
consent
your
to like
eyes.
getting
This
sniffed.
is
This
this is
is
I
weird.
painful.
can
This is
see it in your goddamn eyes.
God,
is this like a,
there's
a
no
kink
God.
thing? Like I don't shame, but
I think
like
it is
come on.
actually. Oh, he already ran. He
Oh
just can't.
wow.
That's all he came for. Oof. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. I was hoping we could goad him into having a conversation. I don't even know what to put in my notes. General Theus came to cry and run. I guess we won't be clipping him. Do not clip. By the way, I do have some stuff in the works to start clipping our content, friends. We've got like a year and a half of debate content on this channel, and we've clipped one video ever. But we're going to be clipping and releasing videos here soon in the near future. We're just getting the person figured out how we're going to get it done to make sure we can get the volume that we need. Might end up using 2 people, but nevertheless, you should be seeing some unapologetic clips like surfacing on the internet here in the near future. So definitely make sure. Yeah, it was a Muslim, by the way. I'm reading the comments. Yeah, just typically they're the ones that don't want to admit that they have a religion. But then again, he could have been, I don't know, maybe he could have been ex-Christian or ex-Muslim. I don't know. Hard to tell. It's weird though that someone what's that?
I was gonna say, didn't you have a question earlier about like operating systems?
Oh yeah, I was curious. So the Collider, what
Yes.
type of OS are they using? Is that like a Linux base or what?
Most of it. So it's not just a single computer. Like there's a computer designated to every single subsystem, of course. Most of it has been running Scientific Linux. I think a lot of it recently got upgraded to Alma 9, which is another Linux operating system. But there are a few Windows XP computers still running, just because that's what they were using when they set it up, and why change it if it works, right?
Well,
It's all
you
like
know
an internal
what?
system. So
Windows XP was functional, to be fair. Like when they moved off of XP, it took a couple generations to get one that worked. Remember Windows 2? You don't remember.
Worked.
Windows 2000 was after XP was a nightmare. Like just bricking computers left and right. It was bad. And their server edition, the Windows NT server, was atrocious. But that's never mind. I'm old. Don't worry about these things. But I certainly was curious. What kind of things currently are? My knowledge of colliders is they take particles and smash them together.
Yeah.
Right. What are they
Yep.
currently working on right now? What are they trying to find?
Well, there's a few different colliders out in the world. There's obviously CERN, which I think they're in an upgrade right now where they just try to have more intense beams. The general goal of CERN is to produce very high energy collisions, and this tests how the laws of nature change with temperature. So the higher energy the collision, the higher temperature that collision is, and we get to see how these forces change and like their strength and everything with that temperature. And they're also trying to find like new particles, for example, and that's something you can only do as you go higher in energy. But the one that I'm working on is the Future Electron Ion Collider, which will be in Long Island. And that one has a completely different goal, and it's to study the structure of the proton. So it'll take a proton or a heavy ion, smash it in with an electron that sort of acts like a probe. It ricochets off of the internal structure, and we get to see how all those quarks and gluons are distributed inside, and can like reproduce an image of it.
That's exciting. I have 2 questions. Well, one question. I learned I have been trying for weeks, maybe months at this point, to figure out why is it that light has a speed limit, and then I figured out that everything has a speed limit because this is the speed of causation, which we finally proved when we detected gravitational waves in like 2015 or 17. Anyways, the long and short of it is, it sounds like the universe has like a maximum rate of causation, which is really cool. But the question beyond that is, I feel like because space-time is, I don't know, a mesh. Like, how does the gravitron play into that? Like, I know we haven't found it. It's graviton.
Yeah.
I know it's still theoretical, but how does it interact?
Well, I mean, that's the big question, isn't it? So one of the biggest mysteries in physics right now, maybe even the biggest, is seeing how gravity works on the quantum scale. So we have a lot of really good theories about how the quantum world works that we've tested and proven over and over again. The current version is called the Standard Model of Particle Physics as a result of quantum field theory. That all works like really well to describe the quantum forces. So electromagnetism, the weak and strong nuclear forces, and that. So those all work nicely together. Then you got gravity, which is really the black sheep of the whole bunch. We have general relativity, which describes how it works on planetary scales, and up. But when you try to mix the two together, the math doesn't work normally. You got to add a new theory to it to make it work. And currently, all the new theories that we've come up with have not been able to be tested yet. One of those theories predicts that, similar to how like the electromagnetic force can be quantized into photons,
Yeah.
perhaps the gravitational field can also get quantized into gravitons.
Okay.
Um, and we even know a few of the properties of the graviton, of what it would need to be in order to convey this sort of force. It would need to be massless. It would need to be what's called spin 2, that relates to how much momentum it carries. It'd need to be chargeless, and not interact with the strong nuclear force. Yeah, basically that.
Okay.
Perhaps Bliss could go into it a little bit more detail, since he's the gravity guy and I'm the strong nuclear force guy.
Okay. Well, eventually we're gonna have some questions. I'm relearning. So I was in school back when you had to put your feet through the floorboard of the Flintstone car to stop it. So I'm relearning a lot of like electricity on the atomic level because I'd never used it in my real job.
So you might have heard that protons are made out of 3 quarks. Does
I,
that sound familiar?
I've heard of the quarks, but I don't know how many yet. I'm just now learning some stuff that I didn't learn way back when.
Yes. So one of the big things that we're learning now, is that we used to think that protons were just like 3 quarks, 2 up quarks and a down quark. But we're finding out more and more that there's a lot more to the picture. There's like a whole ocean of quark anti-quark pairs and gluons that are just messing with the overall properties of the proton. And so that's what
Sure.
we're studying now.
Oh, interesting. We'll have to have some offline conversations.
Yes.
I'm interested right now in this particular thing, but I won't take up too much time for the audience. Friends, we are waiting on 2 things. Well, we're not really waiting, but we're waiting on a guest for sure. But we're also going to have Ian here shortly. Ian is obviously waiting for an acai bowl, which is to be expected. And then hopefully Ian will get here before any Phil Bros call in, because Quanta, on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being the least interested and 10 being the most, how interested are you in doing philosophy today?
I'm at like a 5. Like I
Oh,
can certainly hold my own. I'm interested in the field of epistemology,
okay.
and like the philosophy of science, of course.
Oh, hell yeah.
Um, so yeah, I actually have a few. There we go. Yeah, I got a few philosophy of science textbooks right here.
Oh, that's what's up. Okay. All right. We'll have some fun today. Furtive Patach, good to see you, my friend. Powerful start from the callers. I know. Thank you for the super chat. And I'm a little bit shocked by how weak the Christian calls have been recently. Um, I was under the impression that Jesus said during the Olivet Discourse that you don't have to worry about what to say. In fact, if we go to Mark 13, he explicitly tells you when they drag you in front of the courts and question you, what, don't worry about what you will say, because the Holy Spirit will put words in your mouth, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
The
Oh
Holy
yeah.
Spirit's gonna put something in my mouth. Ugh.
Oh yeah. The Holy Spirit, listen, is going to put. You're going to get filled up. The Holy Spirit wants
Ugh.
to fill you up.
I do
Yep.
not consent.
Yeah, it's not, well, you don't have free will. So I mean, I don't know if you actually have the choice, right?
Does the Bible actually say anything about free will, or is that a contradiction?
Mm, okay, so kind of yes and no. Like, all right, so the general idea is this. In the Hebrew Bible, you have like the ability to make choices, but God will intervene whenever he wants. Because God has like a master plan, right? In the New
Conditional
Testament,
free will.
yeah, exactly. In the New Testament, Paul's like, I have to figure out how Jesus fits in and what to do with these Hebrew scriptures. How do I make sense of the Hebrew scriptures in light of my new belief in Jesus? And he landed on heavy predestinationism. All this weird stuff happened because God preordained it to happen. And so the New Testament kind of put the kibosh on freedom of choice. And it also, once they introduced hell, ended any type of free will conversation, because now you have a threat and coercion. Once you are operating under a threat, you don't have free will.
Not in any good sense of the word, at least.
No, not at all. Kurt, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, prediction, the callers will be great and prove many things today. Oh, no.
Taken moments before disaster.
Kurt, you've been here. You know how this is going to play out. Oh, well, we'll have to wait and see. But I suspect that we're going to get at least one Christian who wants to argue for the resurrection and is going to tell us the indisputable facts from Gary Habermas about the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Herbie, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Ian will arrive now, exactly now, and no other now. Damn it, Ian. Actually, I don't know if Ian is on the way. They responded in the chat like 10 minutes ago. So Ian will be here shortly. No worry, folks. And then watch, as soon as Ian pops in, there's going to be like a host of Phil bros that jump in that want to eat them. Async, good to see you, Gretchen. Thank you for being here. And friends, make sure you follow the Async Network. That's Gretchen's new channel. Thanks for clips. Unapologetic clips will be super convenient for our unapologetic analysis reaction streams live Sundays right after Unapologetic on Async Network. Well, thank you. And yes, the clips is going to help us, and it's going to help you if you guys are doing like debate reviews. The clips make it way easier than trying to like scrub to the right part in the conversation. That's on a 4-hour stream that could be difficult. And Simeon Urchin, good to see you, buddy. Team Loop Quantum Gravity, and I don't know what that means, Quanta. What's that mean?
That's one of the theories of how gravity works on the quantum scale.
Okay.
It and string theory are like the two major ones, to my understanding.
See, I was under the impression that string theory was not taken very seriously yet. Am I wrong?
So, okay, it's definitely taken seriously in terms of like it being mathematically sound and valid.
Okay.
And it is like an elegant theory too. Like a lot of consequences naturally fall out of the theory as a result of the math. The issue is that it's currently untestable. And in science,
Right.
we can only really take a theory really seriously if we can really test it.
Right.
We can't do yet.
But what if, okay, you just had faith?
Well, then I'm out of a job.
Oh, true. Okay.
So,
Well, I mean, you could be a minister of the faith of science and see if people will pay you.
flat earthers do say that I'm a part of the Church of Gravity. So,
Oh, jeez.
yeah.
Church of God is crazy.
Yep.
Actually, I would bet money there is a church in the USA called Gravity something or another. I'm going to type in Gravity Church. I guarantee some non-denominational church is going to pop up. Yep, gravitychurch.com. Love with no agenda. Oh boy, established 2009. Oh boy. The names with these non-denoms are wild. But what are you going to do? They have to keep coming up with new names because you want to sound original. Roy, my friend, thank you for the 99-cent super puke. Hope you're doing well, and I hope you're not sick, my friend.
Might be a reaction to that first caller.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The first caller, I mean, he was what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, he was combative and kind of an annoyance, but he could have made for a fun conversation if he stuck around. But I suspected he would actually have to have a conversation about God, which he didn't want. He just wanted to come up and kind of cry, right?
What's weird is that he didn't even want to preach.
True. We didn't even get you know what we got the other day on maybe my Friday or my Wednesday stream? I think it was we actually got a young apologist, a young lady to pray for us, like live on air. It was pretty wild. Now nothing happened, obviously. I think it was Wednesday. Yeah, we were doing I think Pet Rock versus Jesus. And
Oh
but
yes, that's
or
true.
maybe I forget. I don't know. It could have been last one,
Sure.
but nevertheless, it was interesting. Most people don't have enough guts to pray publicly. But listen, there were a couple people in the chat that was waiting for Jesus to show up. Unfortunately, Jesus did not show up, but Doug did.
Darn. But no, he showed up spiritually.
That's what happened. That is
Yeah.
exactly what happened. Oh no. Karen, Dave, great to see you today, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday morning, and thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's huge. Super appreciate that. A question for Quantonaut. Science denialists talk about how you have to be in a lab. Oh, to do science, we have good arguments against this since 2000 via causal overdetermination via Cleland, but I never see mention of it. Do you think there's a reason for that?
I'm not familiar with the Cleland thing that they're referencing, but I mean the whole argument that like you can't trust science because it's done in a lab is wild because it's all sort of based on the idea that as soon as something becomes artificial, it's outside of the laws of nature, which
Mm,
that, that's just misunderstanding what the word nature means when scientists refer to it. Like we don't mean like the trees outside, we just mean the laws that govern everything, not just the natural world, but also like technology. It's the same laws. So
yeah, like everything that exists is technically part of nature. That's like
yeah,
if theoretically, if God existed and God didn't create everything, he would be part of nature.
yeah. I mean, actually, I would argue that even God himself, if he exists, would have some like if he's constrained by logic at all, there's laws that apply to him too.
Right. Right. I've often thought about the gods of like Plato and some of the others. It seems like they don't not everyone had this notion of like a creator god. They could do like a demiurge. But it's interesting like it's weird that they didn't feel a need for an actual god thinking agent who like carefully planned everything out. I wonder how we went from demiurge to like there's a god who loves you, but he'll roast you alive in fire as well.
Now, could you actually define demiurge to me? Because I've heard you guys use that word a few times, and I've yet to hear it like properly defined.
I thought the demiurge was like an initial craftsman that like just kind of created it and let it go. I
Oh,
don't think the demi
watchmaker. Okay.
yeah I don't think the demiurge is like involved in the day to day stuff. They just kind of built the thing and then send it on its way.
Hmm.
That was my understanding, but I think it depends on who you ask because I think the Gnostics believed, and I could be wrong, but I thought the Gnostics believed in a demiurge that was like not good, like he was bad, he was evil, like Yahweh in the
That's
Old
what I've
Testament
heard. Okay.
was like the evil
Yeah.
demiurge. But my understanding is the demiurge of like some of the Greek philosophers was different than the demiurge of the Gnostics. So it's just depends on who you
Honestly,
ask.
Gnosticism sounds like the plot of some crazy anime or something. Like
Yeah.
every time I hear lore about it, it's like, how did you? What kind of mushrooms were you on to come up with this?
You're oh there you go. You froze for a second. Brent, we got word from Ian. Ian's gonna be here in just a minute. Their computer is acting up a little bit, but Ian is just doing a reboot. It's funny because I had to do a reboot today too. I'm curious if there's like an update that went out that's fucking everybody up today. Speaking of the devil,
It's actually me. I want to be the only one here.
welcome in, Ian.
Yeah, hey, sorry. I don't know. My PC was like not having it, but yeah, I see. We don't have a guest on. Has there been no requests yet?
Well, we had one,
One.
but he was like just a brain dead idiot who wanted to come
Hmm.
and call us evil and then run away.
Yeah, I mean, normally there's such good faith interlocutors, sounds
Hmm.
like a real departure.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. For sure.
Real intellectual juggernauts.
Yeah, I tried to kind of push him towards the direction of the conversation, and we didn't have it. So we're still waiting for a legitimate first guest. And I saw Christians in the comments, so I know there's some Christians hanging out here. So, oh, actually, we might have one. I think John is in line. Let's see if John is a believer. Well, John did not connect. So I don't know if it matters if he's a believer anymore. Sorry, John. All right, then. All right. Any of you guys going live later today?
Nope.
I might. I might.
Okay. All right. I'll be curious to know if the guest requests on TikTok are going to be slow all day or just this morning. Usually, when TikTok first kicks off, you get a number of requests because of the way the algorithm works. Ian, I kind of miss remember the old algorithm when we were just doing like phone streaming?
Yeah.
Oh man, that was
Yeah.
yeah.
The landscape's definitely changed. I don't know if it's a difference in like setup, but the landscape has definitely changed. I
Oh, for sure.
remember I used to be like drowning in guest requests. I would get consistently 99 guest requests. And I know that there's been like a decline in viewership, at least on TikTok, that corresponds, of course, to starting streaming on platforms like YouTube. But there's it can be difficult. It could be a challenge to come across like people who actually want to debate nowadays, people who aren't trolls.
True. And I think there's a lot more people doing it. When we first started on TikTok, there wasn't a lot of people doing this. And now it seems like there are quite a few.
Yeah, no, it's I think that it's exciting to see the space growing. It's very interesting, it's the space used to be a lot more different than it is.
Oh, for sure. So I already quizzed Quantanaut. What are you reading right now? What are you
So, okay, I'm reading up on this. So there is there's an argument that I read about that I think is quite interesting. It's called the Auseity fork. It's like hot off the press. I think it just came out this year. Um, and you can read about it on like Phil papers. Like you have to go onto like the sites that host like academic
mm,
philosophy papers to read it. Um, it's an argument that I think is interesting. I think it has really good potential. Basically, what it argues is that first that there is like some sort of like privileged like structure to reality. That reality is structured in a logical way. That is to say, it's like there aren't like impossible objects. And the reason why there aren't impossible objects is because of some sort of like underlying like structure of reality. And if that's the case, then that means that God can't exist because that means that God would depend on this underlying structure in order to have things like thoughts, in order to will things, like in order for
mm,
God to mentally distinguish one thing from the other. If this structure exists, then God depends on this structure in order to do any of his stuff. Um, which means a couple of things. It means one, he lacks the property of like ultimacy. He lacks aseity. He's not an ase being. He depends for his existence on this like underlying manifold. It also means that it's not true that when they say that he's the creator of all things, like that's just false. He didn't create like the underlying structure that he depends on in order to do things. So I think that's interesting, but like the nature of the underlying structure is like a bit opaque to me. I don't know what kind of object this is. Um,
yeah.
so that's something that I'm reading up more on. I'm reading pretty deeply into views that are designated logical realism, which basically are the views that holds that like laws of logic are true because they correspond to some aspect of reality. That what they're doing is describing reality as being like consistent in these ways,
Yeah, that's how
and that there's
I'm
like
thinking
some
about it.
structure that makes it consistent, if that makes any sense.
Oh, you're okay. So you're saying there's a structure that does that.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Has
Yep.
anybody tried to make the argument that God's just a penultimate being, not the ultimate, just like one step below?
The Bible is kind of like littered with claims that God is the creator of all things. So that's pretty non-ideal, I think. I think you need
One
to
can
say that
maybe you
he's
can
like
maybe make an argument that that's not a thing that can be created, and therefore I don't know. I'm trying to steel man here.
mm, no, I don't think I would accept like that rereading of it.
Ian, I talked to Saint maybe on Friday. I'm sure you've talked to Saint before, who wasted 30 minutes trying to convince me of a composition fallacy, namely that if If all the members of a set are contingent, then the set must be contingent. It was obviously a crazy composition fallacy, right?
Um, the set must be contingent. I have no idea. I think that seems like plausible to me that the set would be contingent, like the entire series of them is contingent. So, okay, I think here's probably the better argument to make to get to his point. Like I'm sure he didn't do a good job of demonstrating it, but probably like the true point there is that okay, let's say that you have some like contingent truth and then you append like an additional contingent truth to it and then you append like a further contingent truth to that. Like you just do like contingent truth and contingent truth and contingent truth. The statement that you end up with that's like all of these ands connecting like contingent truths. um I think there's an argument to say that that set, well, no, that just can't be true. That can't be true. Okay, wait, because
Yeah.
either well, I don't know.
Yeah, I couldn't find a link between if all the members of a set are green. Does that mean that the set itself is green? Well, I don't know if we can make that conclusion because we don't know what form the set is going to take. That I looked up composition fallacy and it seems to be stating exactly that. It says it arises when one infers that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. A trivial example might be this tire is made of rubber, therefore the vehicle which it is a part of is made of rubber.
Okay, wait, actually no. I do think that I'm pretty sure that the entire, so I think cashing it out in terms of sets is probably a bad way to do it.
Okay.
Because I think that that's like it leads like kind of to a red herring about like the nature of sets, which is not what I think the argument wants to be about. I think what the argument wants to be about is just that the entire like series of contingencies is itself a contingency. Um, and
Oh,
that
sure.
must be true because if, okay, let's say that you have like this object and there's at least one thing that's contingent within it, then in some sense, like the exhaustive description of the entire string of things is contingent. So, um, let's say that there's like two timelines and they're all like everything's necessary except there's one contingency. Either at some point you're going to be wearing a hat or not wearing a hat. Other than that, everything's necessary, everything's identical. You'd probably want to say that the entire timeline, like the entirety of the series of events then is contingent between the series of events where you're contingently wearing the hat versus like the series of events where you're contingently not wearing the hat. So I think that that might be true if it's talking about like contingent events, if that makes any sense.
We'll talk about this in a while. We got to guess, but it actually was. See, I wanted him to address events, but he wasn't. He kept fucking it up. Let me get "Cry Me a
It's because
River"
it wasn't
in
on the
here.
script.
Hey,
I'll
sorry,
explain.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not a believer, but you have Russell sitting in the comments spamming zeros to Ian and talking his smack like he normally does.
Oh,
You want to get him up
why would he
here
do
so we can
that?
watch him get clowned?
He's, I
Yeah.
mean, Russell yearns for humiliation. You know, that's why he keeps on trying to say that he, I don't know, like did anything other than like humiliate himself in the debate that we had recently.
Oh, you had one
Um,
recently.
yeah, it's on Monkey Boy's YouTube channel, which I encourage everyone to go and watch. He gets like genuinely like obliterated. It sounds like he's gonna cry from like the very first moment, and then at some point, like he literally short circuits and just straight up stops answering questions.
Oh no.
There's a time I was like Babe Ruth calling my shot, where I was like in the last 15 minutes of the debate, I was like, I'm getting revelation from Allah. This guy isn't going to answer a single other question for the rest of the debate. He's going to filibuster until closing statements, and then that's exactly what he did. Because he was like so obliterated. He knew that if he stopped talking, that he would just get, I don't know, he'd have to like answer a question or something, which of course he doesn't
Sounds
want
like
to
a
do.
lovely guy.
I see it from 2 weeks ago. I'm gonna have to go back and watch. It's gonna be wild.
Yeah. Yeah, and then
Okay.
you know, a
Yeah,
Catholic thinker comes
he
up
was
there and like
just
beats the fuck out of him.
somewhere.
Like, you know, it's just a great time.
I mean, the
Yeah,
Catholic
he was
thinker.
spamming zeros, saying like zero
Oh.
and stuff.
Well, we can just mute him for a little while. That's okay. He does that. He gets really bent out of shape. He doesn't know what to do with himself. Oh, he's already muted. There we go. Good work, guys. But hey, thanks for the heads up,
I just
Cry.
wanted to see you guys clown him.
We definitely
No,
will.
he's
Thank
not.
you.
He's not going to debate.
Absolutely,
Come on.
because
And cheers,
Yeah.
bud. Although I do feel kind of slighted because I've seen Russell come and get his teeth kicked in on like every atheist live stream possible except mine. He's never once come up on my live stream. I don't know why.
It's because you'll probably make him read the Bible. He doesn't want to do that.
Makes sense. It makes sense.
He wants to run. He wants to run like Agrippa's trilemma.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
So
I'm not familiar either.
okay, it's a trilemma in epistemology related to like the structure of our beliefs and the way that they justify. It's about like the structure of the justification for our beliefs and for our knowledge by extension. So it basically claims that knowledge is going to decompose into one of three structures. That either it's going to be a structure where the beliefs justify each other in like a circle, like there's like a sort of like mutual dependence for justification, which the uncharitable reading of that is like circular argumentation. The more charitable reading of that is that you take like the base unit of knowledge to be like the entirety of your worldview. And then if your worldview coheres, then it's justified. But if there's like some sort of contradiction, some sort of incoherence there, then it would be unjustified. So that's one of the options, is that things will end up being circular. The other option is that things will be foundational. They'll like bottom out in axioms, some sort of like beliefs that or they don't necessarily need to be beliefs, but like something that gives justification for belief that itself doesn't require justification. So maybe you want to say like intuitions or something like that, where if you intuit that something seems like the case, that you're justified in believing that that thing is the case, but like an intuition isn't a belief.
Right.
It's more of like it's like something else.
Almost like a
and then
reflex or a reaction.
yeah,
Inclination, maybe.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then the third one in the trilemma is the infinite regress of justifications, which I know that there's at least like some defenders of it, although I've never looked too deeply into it. It seems kind of silly. Maybe it's fine. I have no idea.
Okay.
Shouldn't one of those be like the denial of an axiom is itself self-defeating, so therefore you have to take an axiom?
Well, I think that would probably be foundationalism. I think that that's the most plausible form of foundationalism, is going to be the type of foundationalism that holds to axioms. But basically what they say about axioms is that what makes something an axiom is that it's literally indispensable, that you can't get rid of this thing even if you want to. If you have any belief at all, you're going to have this thing.
We've got some super chats, friends, and maybe we'll read a couple super chats until Russell gets enough spine to request up. Until then, the guest boxes are open. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, their link is on the screen, tiny.cc/UA-guest. We'll get you right into the queue. And if you're watching on TikTok, you just hit the guest request button like normal, and we'll get a conversation going. And speaking of which, it looks like we got somebody up already. How you doing? Is it Mouse or Rat?
Mouse.
How you doing, Mouse?
I'm pretty good, man. Guys, you guys don't think that God is real?
Nah. Should we?
But like, okay, should you guys? I mean, I don't know about any obligatory statements, but I'm just a little confused on like.
Do you think he's real?
Yeah.
That was a long pause.
Any particular one?
It wasn't that long. Nah.
Okay.
But I think there has to be some sort of God.
Why is
Like,
that?
Why?
I mean, think about it like this, right? Like, listen, guys, the world and our universe, there's just no way that like no one created it. Like, lock in. Like seriously though. Listen, I know you guys.
What makes you think that?
What makes me think that?
Yeah, like when you look to the world has all these features. Which of those features makes you think that it must have been created?
Just because of how complex it is, I don't think that there can be complex creations without like some sort of intelligent mind. Like that just seems like
complexity.
that just
Isn't
frustrating to think
complexity
of.
usually a sign that it wasn't created? Because intelligence usually makes things more simple, right? Simplicity
How?
is a sign of intelligent design, right? Like
Nah,
the fact that like so much of our DNA is essentially junk. That doesn't tell me that it was created. What would tell me it was created was if like our DNA was like all essential. It had no junk bits at all, and every single bit of it had a necessary reason for being there, and nothing else is. There's no extra fat.
Well, are you
That
calling
would
it? Are
tell
you
me
calling it? Are you calling like the? I don't know which DNA you're in reference to, but that's arbitrary. Are you just saying that it's junk because you don't have, like, you haven't found a sufficient reasoning for it?
Well, there's some that we know is junk because what you can do, you can like trace through like the life cycle of like certain genes and the way that they get expressed. And basically what happens is that during like the process of like replication and like gene expression, these segments will literally just get snipped off and then recycled back into themselves. That doesn't do anything. It's just like a waste of energy.
Well, I'm not a biologist. I don't really know about that, but I mean, I want to attack the thing that Quanta Nut said about how intelligence creates simplicity. I would say that I think there's a difference between like finding simple reasonings or rationalizations for things, but I don't think that like in and of itself removes the complexity of the actual thing. Like for example,
I'm just referring to like things that add complexity, but with no sufficient purpose for being there. So junk DNA is one. Perhaps like the pelvis of whales. The fact that whales have a pelvis, that doesn't need to be there, right? They're not using it.
Okay.
Yeah. Some snakes still have like a clawed feet inside of themselves.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
like,
why would an intelligent creator do that? I mean, we all have
Why would
like an organ in us that all it does is potentially explode. Like,
but I don't really think that like this, like I can agree or like concede to the fact that like there is things that is unnecessary. I'm not saying that everything that has been created is necessary. But what I am
why
saying
would
is
the creator
that
include those then?
why would the creator create unnecessary things?
Yeah, why is that expected over the alternative?
Well, I don't know. I don't think that a creator creating unnecessary things therefore leads that a creator probably isn't the case. I just think that that's like unparsimonious. I don't that just seems like
Well,
I don't
the
even know
whole
how to get to
argument,
that.
the whole argument is that if you look at the natural world and see the structure of things, that leads you to think that there's a creator. But I'm pointing to things that lead you to the opposite. That like, hey, a creator probably
You're
wouldn't do
pointing
that.
to like arbitrary things, like
Yeah.
you're pointing to like
Why would an
arbitrary
intelligent
things, like
creator
having
do that?
again, even if I were to agree to the fact that like a pelvis within a whale is useless and has no necessity factor to life or benefit towards the whale or you
It's just
or anyone
unexpected.
for that matter, I still don't see the reasoning for why we could assume that because there is an unnecessary thing that is occurring within our universe, that now an intelligent mind wouldn't create something unnecessary or isn't creating things that are complex. We've seen it throughout all of history within our own like Earth or even on the world now, that things that are complex have been created by intelligent mind. For example, like anything, the first invention of a wheel or like to a phone or like to electronics or to like simply walking, like in and of itself, like evolving to like different things, evolving to be able to walk or like having
There's
different
also
complex thoughts, having cognitive thinking abilities.
There's also complex things that very explicitly don't have a creator. So like take crystals, for example. Those just form naturally.
Okay. What?
Crystals just form naturally without a creator. So
what?
It seems
Things
like
can come
complexity is not correlated with intelligence or not.
Wait, but that in it, when I like that in and of itself, like creation, like I don't even know what that means. Like they come naturally. That is like they don't just pop out of thin air. Like there's a process.
I mean, they pop out of like water, for example.
But there's a process for crystals to be able to be present within reality.
Yeah,
like,
natural one without a creator.
But that doesn't even. What do you mean? Like
I'm confused by your confusion.
a creator doesn't have to be like some sort of conscious entity. The creation process, like I don't know
Wait,
how
wait, wait.
crystals are created,
Wait,
but
did you
like
just say that the creator is not conscious?
no, I said a creator doesn't have to be like a creator of something doesn't have to be conscious. Like for example, like there could like I don't know how crystals are made, but the creation of a crystal, there can be a like multiple or a singularity of a creator or creators that could make a crystal. Like chemicals could be creators of other things. Like
Sure,
that's what I'm saying. A
that's
creator
all
doesn't have
fine,
to be
but
like
okay. So here's I think what the core problem is that your claim is that complexity requires an intelligent creator. So because of the
usually.
complexity of the universe, we should. I don't even
Well,
think you.
complexity
I don't even
usually.
think we would grant usually, right? Like the universe is huge. There's only intelligent creators on part of it. So if we're approaching the evidence from that perspective, then the majority of the universe is not composed of things that were made by like intelligent creators.
Wait, hold on. So you're saying that if we look at the universe, maybe I missed the first part. But how are we coming to the conclusion that most things aren't created by by an intelligent individual
Because there
or an
aren't life
intelligent
forms
substance?
out there. You know, there are processes.
There doesn't have to be life forms. There could be there could be process. That's what I'm in reference to. There could be like
But processes
complex
aren't like intelligent.
What? No, but they're complex though.
Yeah.
The processes that I'm in reference to. I'm saying that usually when we have complex things or complex like
This sounds like
things
an
in general,
unfalsifiable thing.
it usually comes from some sort of intelligent individual or intelligent concept, right? Because usually based off of what I've viewed and what I've experienced, we don't complex things don't just pop out of thin air without having some sort of process or some sort of
Mouse.
schema.
It sounds like you're forming yourself an unfalsifiable stance where you're saying that both like complex things require creators, but also as a result of that, anytime you see a complex thing that doesn't have a creator, it's actually just more evidence that it was created. Do you see like the circular reasoning here?
I don't think that's circular, but I don't. You brought up how the diamonds, I forgot what you said, the crystals are forming and how they don't have a creator. But I think that you were in reference to like mammals or I don't know what you were in reference there, but like, and then I told you to like crystals go through a natural process
forming in a cave or something.
Okay, but like bacteria, for example, or crystals or anything that goes through natural processes of being created, like has to have some sort of a cause. Like there's no you don't
sure,
you
but
just
not
don't
an
get
intelligent
an
one. That's my point. It's not an intelligent one.
What you don't I wholeheartedly disagree. There's no way that crystals are being created without some sort of intelligent individual.
I mean,
why? What's the
just,
argument for that?
Yeah,
Why
I
do
don't
you
know
think
how
that?
crystals
That's
are.
that's your presupposition, not ours.
Well, I don't. Okay. Listen, I don't know how crystals are being formed, but there's no way the crystals are just popping out of nowhere from nothing.
That's not that's a false dichotomy. It's not either like intelligent creator or pop out of nowhere from nothing. They could come from something that's non-intelligent.
What are they coming from? What are they?
Like
how do
the
you define
processes that form crystals.
What,
it's gonna come down to like facts about chemistry and like the bonding between various like electrons and atoms that lead to the formation of things like crystalline structures.
I blundered. I didn't mean intelligent, but I meant to say complex is what I actually meant to say. I don't think that things could like, especially like when we're talking about natural processes such as crystals or bacteria or anything else that comes to be the case, that it comes from something that isn't complex. Like that's just not true.
I mean,
it depends how you cash out complexity, right? Because I think like the principles that lead to the formation of crystals are, I don't know, like relatively simple. You know that electrons are going to be electrons on atoms. You know, there's going to form like these like valence. What are they like? Valence
bonds,
shells?
yeah.
I forget the terminology.
The outer shells of 8-bit valence electrons max, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean, like
so
it's almost more simple than that. They just have to form at certain angles relative to each other, and that requires
But there's a lot of there's chemistry, chemicals, and different elements, and a lot of different processes that is going on to be able to create these things to be the case. It's not just like obviously we could water it down. We can water it down and make it. We can water it down and make it simple. I could explain I could water down and make like reproduction simple. I could water down and make like different philosophical schema simple if like you wanted to import things within layman's terms, but that doesn't remove the complexity of it. It just makes it more digestible. But like when we
My
look
whole
at the
point,
creation
my whole
of
point,
you look at the creation of
Mouse,
crystals, it is
Mouse.
complex.
Yeah, my whole point was that crystals are complex and they don't have a intelligent creator. That was the whole point.
Okay, and okay, how are crystals? Okay, your crystals are being created, right?
Fucking
And
magnets, how do they work?
okay, listen, these crystals, okay, right?
Yeah.
They're being
If you
created.
go to
right?
a chemistry class, if you go to a chemistry class that tells you how these crystals are formed, not a single step in that process is going to involve an intelligent creator.
Okay, okay, and real quick, how would you guys define intelligent? I don't have like a
I have no idea. Sounds difficult.
on-hand definition of. I don't have an on-hand definition of intelligent, but
Hmm.
I would say a creator. You guys do agree that a creator doesn't have to be like what's the word?
So
Like something. A creator is just someone who creates something or something that's created something. You
I
guys
think
would
a
agree?
creator would need a mind, and that's the thing I don't grant.
I would say
No,
I think
I
the
think
key
it-
difference
sorry.
between the creator that you're talking about and we're talking about is, again, it needs a mind, because I think the act of creation requires intent, and you need a mind for intent.
Hmm.
Okay, so so when you're a reference creator, you're a reference to some sort of intention there when they create something rather than a creator that just creates something without intention.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think so.
Essentially, I think, yeah.
okay, so and how are we grounding like intent? Because again, I already said like even if I
Grounding?
like we're like how are we like getting to this basis of like something having a 10 and something not having a 10 when they're being a reference to creating something? Is it just the cognitive thinking ability? Like
Well,
if
that's going to
something
be
isn't
required
conscious,
for intent.
well, I think something required for intent is like consciousness. But like if I'm
Yeah.
granted like, but like I think that like it's gonna sound like crazy, but like or absurd. But like I think if I'm in reference to like God, I don't think that God would need to have some sort of boundness to like consciousness to like
It almost
create.
sounds like you're just like one step away from being an atheist yourself, to be honest.
Yeah. Hey, just
I mean,
just
I'm an
come on
open
over.
thinker, man.
We got cookies and sometimes hats. It's a good time.
I'm an open thinker, man. I'm an open thinker. I like to if it is the case. I haven't really I haven't really found or have gotten to the case where I could believe that like it's just when I look at like what we're existing in, it's just everything seems very complex, but it just I haven't really seen any reasoning to believe that there, especially with what I've experienced within the world, most cases are usually on average when something is complex, especially as complex as the universe that I'm present within, that it comes from absolutely nothing, especially something without intent.
That's not our claim.
Like,
We don't
yeah,
think it comes
that's-
from absolutely nothing.
Yeah. It seems like all you're trying to argue is
even
that
without
complex
intent.
things have complex causes, which isn't necessarily true. But even if it was, like, I don't necessarily think that that's incompatible with atheism. Like, you can just
don't think
say that the universe was caused by something complex, not necessarily a thing to add a mind.
so it's just it's sort of a hard thing to wrap my brain around, that to come to a conclusion that like nothing without intent was able to create like this thing that I'm present within or the reality.
Well,
that
it
I'm
seems
in.
you already grant the fact that complex things can create other complex things without a mind, right? Like
Well,
for crystals, for example, it's a complex process, but it's a complex process that doesn't have a mind. You already
I
grant
think
that.
there's different levels of I think there's different levels of complex, right? Because like obviously I think complex, like something's more complex if there's more like there's more like what's the like talking points, like I'm trying to find the word that I'm in like that I'm talking about, like something's
Because
more
if you
complex.
actually investigate science and you see like the complexity of nature, you'll find that most of the complexity of that thing doesn't seem to actually serve a purpose, like for any specific goal. So like the sun, for example, it produces a lot of different kinds of radiation. A lot of that causes cancer. Like that doesn't seem to be a goal that would be oriented with any god. So Yeah, the universe is very detailed, but I wouldn't see that as evidence that it was created by an intelligence.
So okay. So um, another thing that I'm also referencing is I also think that when you're a reference to like intention, right? I could say that the like crystals are created and are complex without having some sort of um a creator with intention to have this to be the case. But I don't really see how y'all are like proving that. You know what I mean? Like I like the things that create the crystals obviously like have the intent to
Wait,
create it.
Like
proving what?
taking
Because
chemistry class, really.
I mean, bro, I wasn't taught about crystals, low key.
Is there like some
But
topic that you were taught about that you do understand like the process for how it comes to be that we could talk about? Like we could take it as like an example.
um, I mean, we could talk about I like life, like life, basically, like how like I think that like when an individual, I'm saying like a lot, my bad, but when I like you know how when an individual is like being like created inside of the like inside of the woman, like that creation process
The
has the
womb.
intent to create a child. Yeah, it has that creation process has the intent to create the baby, but like
I think what Ian was
it's
getting at is
not.
that do you have a process that like wasn't obviously created by a conscious creator that we could
Well,
talk
I
about?
just want like a good
Yeah,
example of like
like
a
a
person
baby
that
being created in utero by sperm and stuff
yeah,
like
well
that. They're not
we have
conscious.
yeah, that's not like an intelligent process that's going on there, but it's like very complex.
But
Yeah.
it's complex, and the system that is going to be able to make the baby is with the intention to be able to create life.
With the intention to create. I don't think that your bodily organs, other than maybe your brain, have intention.
I think a lot of
Yes,
people get pregnant without intending to.
yes. Your heart. I'm not. Your organs have intention to do things. Like
No,
your
no.
reproductive organs are like, dude,
Do you?
their
I
I
intention
think
is
we're
don't
to
trust
talking
that.
reproduce.
past each other. When you say intent, do you mean like a purpose? When we say intent, we're talking about like the mental state of you like mentally intending to do something.
I mean, I've
I'm
heard of
talking.
people like thinking with
When I
their
say
genitals,
intention, I'm
but
in
that's not
reference to
a
like
literal.
intention. I'm in reference to like something doing something with the word purpose, like, of the case. Like, I don't know how to like intention,
Okay,
like.
when we speak of intent, we're speaking of like a mental thing. So we're probably just talking past each other.
Oh, okay, well, if you're in reference to intention within a mental state, I don't think that intention is like has to be like denoted down to like a mental state, because things have intention without having mental states.
Like what?
That's my whole point. Not, yeah, for example, like reproductive organs.
Okay, so I take intention to be something like, I take intention to have like an aboutness to it. Like when you intend to do something, there's a thing and you're acting, and that act is like about something. It's like towards something.
Hey, it might be helpful to pull up the dictionary definition on this one because I think it speaks
Okay.
exactly to what Ian was saying. The definition that I got is just going to be really simple. Intent refers to the mental purpose, plan, or objective behind an action. It means acting with a deliberate goal or meaning rather than by accident. So it does require thinking capacity.
So okay. And okay, so I'm a little. I don't know if I would. I don't know how I feel about. I don't know
Maybe
how
for
I feel
example, like
about that
a
definition, because
to
things
give you
do
like an
things.
example, maybe a baseball by itself doesn't have any intention. It takes a person, holding it and throwing it to give it an intention of, hitting a home run or whatever.
Okay, but
But
like,
like by
okay,
itself,
I
the ball
agree.
does not have attention.
I agree because it's inanimate. I agree. That's an inanimate object, right? That was
And so are crystals.
created. Well, crystals were created as well, but like that's the thing. We're using like these are inanimate objects. I agree, but when we're talking about like complex, complex like things that aren't inanimate, or like complex things that like have some sort of processes, or like it's I don't know. It's like because when you're saying
I'm
that
still not
okay,
entirely
these
sure
things
how you're
don't.
defining complex.
I mean, I heard my friend like defined it as this. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I didn't really engage with it, but I could give y'all this because the one that I gave wasn't really that good. They just think that complex could be a topic or something you're in reference to that has a plethora of conceptual schemas. I don't really know how you guys feel about that, but that's what they denoted complex to be.
I thought it was just typically something that was made up of like a lot of parts.
Um, I
To
guess when you
describe it takes a large amount of information. Like,
I guess when they're in reference to conceptual schemas, they're in reference to like multiple like I don't know like frameworks or something or like abstract frameworks that you would have to think about. But even in and of itself, I just think that we're picking. I just think that we're picking or that you guys are picking things that are clearly inanimate. But like when we look at like for example like how like you guys have obviously heard about how like perfect like how Earth is in a perfect position to be inhabitable for life and
oh,
that we're
No,
oh, it's
cognitive
not.
thinking abilities.
It's not.
Uh, uh,
It's not.
what do you mean?
That's a myth. Like the Earth goes, I don't know how
Like
many
7
miles.
billion
Yeah,
it's
million,
millions.
sorry,
million.
million mile bandwidth, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, and in fact, every year, like our orbit gets hundreds of miles away farther from the sun every single year. But over the
yeah.
course of a single orbit, we are getting like millions and millions of miles closer to and farther away from the sun. We are not in like the perfect position. There's quite a bit of variance that could take place, and we would still be fine.
The
I was
moon's also
thinking.
changing its radius of orbit.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was
Um,
it. The moon's also changing a lot over the course of the year and per each orbit as well.
I was just make a correction. I was thinking of a different number. The bandwidth is a couple million miles, not 7.
Um, I will okay. Well, I'm not really more knowledgeable about how like that is, but I was just in reference to it. Like, I also have to go. I thank you guys for talking, but it was really insightful. But
Well, thanks for coming up,
I
man.
was yeah. Thanks. You guys have a nice day.
Cheers,
Yeah,
you
you as
too.
well.
Yep.
Nice young man. Friends, we're going to read a couple of super chats and we're going to get Daydream clearly in here. Currently, our YouTube queue is suspiciously empty. By this time in the live stream, we usually have some folks populating. So if you are watching on YouTube and you want to come up and talk about your God, hey, now's a great time to do it. Just hit that guest request button or type this into your browser. And if you're on TikTok, go ahead and hit the guest request button. Although we just had a guest in there and they left. So I guess they were there by accident. Nevertheless, thank you for the super chat. Nobody X Challenger YT. Does the Bible condemn same-sex intercourse? I've heard a lot of differing opinions and would like to know which one has evidence and empirical support. Yeah, I mean, I would say the easiest way to do it is, I mean, you can go to Leviticus 18 and Genesis 19 and Judges 19, but I think Romans 1 is probably the easiest one to go to for demonstrating, I would say, what the biblical stance is on it. So, like we have like a natural order of things that Paul is like appealing to, and he's basically saying that hey, these bad people are abusing the natural order that God gave them. It says, therefore, God gave them over in the desires of their hearts to impurity, to the dishonoring of their bodies among themselves. They exchanged the truth of God for a lie and worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this reason, God gave them over to dishonorable passions. Their females exchanged natural intercourse for unnatural, and in the same way, also the males, giving up natural intercourse with females, were consumed with passion and desire for one another. Males committed shameless acts with males and received in their own persons the due penalty for their error. And there's other passages that talk about men only wearing men's clothing, and there's another passage warning against people that are supposedly effeminate. There's a couple So, anyways, I personally don't think this Bible is good on this particular topic. I think it's kind of bad, and you should just take it out back and burn it. You don't need anything in that book.
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, that might be like a good reason to not, I don't know, follow the Bible. That could be just another example of like, I don't know, absurd biblical ethics. The fact that it condemns this practice, which is probably not wrong, this practice that we don't have like other reasons to not do.
Yeah, there's no good
The
reason.
Bible's not progressive? Wait.
Oh no.
Wait.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Miko, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says Mark 1:9. There is them standen here at Winna preditha for they have seen the kingdom, O God. Scott's Bible is saying some will see the kingdom of God, transfiguration being generous, but some won't. I mean, sure. I mean, that's probably the case, yeah. And I think that matches Jesus's original teachings. But Miko, my friend, I don't know why you're reading it to us in the Scots Bible. That the accent's too much for me. I don't know the accent. Thank you though. And Atlas, great to see you. It says, I love that you called the graviton the gravitron. Listen, I just there's
It's
there
a
are
fun
things.
ride. It's a fun ride. I loved it. Like one time when I was little, I went to a state fair and rode it like 9 times in a row.
Yeah,
It's so fun.
I don't blame you. That awesome carnival ride found at most fairground celebrations. I mean, yeah. I think we've all seen it, right? And that the one that goes in a loop and then it also spins. That seems to show up a lot.
No. This is one that looks like a spaceship, and it just spins around and pushes you against the wall.
Right. No, I said it. Also, the one that yeah. There's a couple of them that just always show up. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Kurt, thank you for the super chat, friend. It says, have you guys ever spoken to any NOI, the Nation of Islam? I recall Ian speaking with a Black Hebrew Israelite, but never a Nation of Islam. I'd be really interested to hear the high level of conversation they can provide. Thank you, Yakub. I've only spoken to one, and to be fair, I think Ems mostly took the call, so I can't say I have much to add to it. Have y'all spoken to anyone from the Nation of Islam?
Not that I know of, although I don't really know what differentiates someone in the Nation of Islam from just like a Muslim. Like I know, okay, obviously I know it's like a specific group, but I'm not sure how their beliefs differ from like the average Muslim.
I have to check it out. I know Ems knows all the differences, but I've never bothered to put them down. But they're kind of like, I feel like the Islam religion would categorize the Nation of Islam the same way Christianity categorizes Mormonism.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
But Yakub, I hope you're doing well, friend. And Glitterlock, thank you for the $20 super chat, friends. As I once said in response to someone arguing that evolution cannot be called random, that if any step in the process is random, the entire process is ultimately random. I'm unsure, though. Curious what Ian thinks.
This seems like a verbal dispute. I doubt that this is of much like consequence when you cash the terms out, but maybe the goal isn't to have like a substantive argument. Maybe what the goal is to say, you think we got here by random, and then like laugh at you. But I mean, there's like a reading of that where that's true, where there are like certainly chancy elements that are present in evolution. But
I think the better word is stochastic.
Yeah. It's a stochastic process. Like, okay, I don't know, driving in traffic, whether or not you're going to get like the time that you arrive at your workplace based on traffic is going to be stochastic, but it's not like random. It's not like it could have been anything.
It's like a loaded dice.
Last super chat for now. We're going to get our next guest in here. I think it's Xenu. Interesting name. Dr. Joe, my friend, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. If crystals, thank you for the super chat, by the way. If crystals' complexity requires a creator, shouldn't childhood cancer and PTSD require an explanation too? That is 100%. Why does God get the applause but never the cross-examination? That's what I'm talking about, Dr. Joe. Yeah. If you're going to blame God for creating everything, let's make sure everything is going to be in there, including all the bullshit. Xenu, coming up next. Hope it's not a troll. Loading Dot of Doom.
I see him here.
Really? really, on my end, Xeno's not connected yet. Xeno, can you hear
You're
us?
as well.
There we go. Now I can
Oh,
hear
There
you.
they are. Yeah.
Welcome in, Xeno.
I just imagine if I'd won it,
Zeno?
they would have been knocking on my door right by now.
Zeno, are you there?
I know who I am.
Zeno.
Am I getting
Hello.
cursed? I don't know what's going on.
Is that Xenu? Yeah, my name's
Xenu.
Xenu. I've adopted the situation with regards to Scientology, guys, because I don't quite comprehend.
Wait, you're like oscillating your distance from your microphone or something.
What,
I don't know. It sounds
oscillating
like
my
halfway
distance?
through that you like pulled like
Did you just say
a piece
I'm
of sandpaper
oscillating
over the
my
mic or
distance from the
something.
microphone? Apologies. Are you from university? Are you students? Are you students? You come from university? I don't know, Harvard. You know, an
What is this?
undergraded variation of a university.
No, nowhere of import. But do you believe in God?
Yes and no.
Oh,
What?
nice. W.
What?
Instant
Whoa.
contradiction. Love it.
That's my goat.
So let's be bluntly honest, here, guys. I come from the United Kingdom, and I'm a Catholic.
I caught like half of that.
What?
Okay.
Exactly.
Which God do you believe in?
The one who lets me go to heaven.
I think I heard him say Catholic.
I think so.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I believe.
So
I believe
Mary.
in a God.
You worship Mary?
Mary.
I was asking.
To be fair, what's that, Mary? I tell you now, do you want a quick story, young man? She likes coffee tins, right? She's a normal lady like myself. I'm a normal chappie, but this lady, one day, about 6 months prior, we were around her house, and she's pulled out a coffee lid off a
Tuesday, I
Kenko
think.
tin.
I think
And
it's
she
This,
said,
this
"Oh,
has
no,
to
no."
be. This has to be a troll. This guy's like laying it on thick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
I'm
so.
gonna get a bottle of water.
Guys, don't disregard your superior being. Right? If you want me to be a
Okay.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
I apologize. Guys. Whenever you see a challenge, you always go, "Oh, this guy's got to be a."
All right. So we'll get the troll out of here and move on
that was
to
like.
next.
I was struggling to keep it together. Like,
Pretty obviously a troll. Yeah. Yeah. No doubt for me. Let's get Perspecticide. That's a name. In the conversation. Oh, wrong button. Let me try this again. Scene option, scene 2. There we go. Perspecticide. Can you hear me?
Got some background noise there.
Perspecticide.
Are you there? Either he's having like a full blown crash out and he's just like very far away from his mic, or you know he's having like
Watching a sporting
conversation.
event?
Yeah, that could be.
Oh, well,
Sounds very angry. I don't know what's going on though.
somebody was in like a boxing match or a football game or something. I don't know. It's a baseball game, perhaps. I didn't hear
A lot
any
of
sports
talking for
words.
that.
Yeah, right. Oh my God. Yeah, you're right. Baseball's boring.
Imagining him arguing to a wall, like on the other side of the room. Like,
No, I mean when I watch golf. Come on, go get him, hit it, go.
But do you at least do the golf clap, like the 2 fingers, or no? Just saying. It would be. I know there's audiences at these golf tournaments, but for me, I feel like it'd be the most boring thing to stand around in the hot sun and watch people golf. They make air conditioning and TVs and beer and whatnot, so the same. It's a thing. Well, friends, we're gonna read a couple of super chats today. Our guest queue is shockingly empty today. It's a weird day for guests. I hope this doesn't spill over to all the other live streams today. The nice you say
they're
me.
afraid of me that Blitz isn't here.
That's what it is. Yep.
It's me. Sorry, guys.
They knew Blitz was the weak link all along. The Knights Who Say Neat, it says, if anyone is interested, a friend of mine is designing belts out of watches. Personally, I say it's a waste of time. Rock hard for, oh my gosh.
That's good.
That,
I
that,
enjoy that.
that was 8 out of 10 at least, I'm thinking. 8 out of 10. And Miko, there we go. Mark 9, not Mark 19. That makes more sense. All right. Mark 9 is going to have something much more interesting in it. But it says, he said to them, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death until they see the kingdom. I'm sorry, until they see that the kingdom of God has come with power. And that is the case. I kind of like the wording in this one. I think it's better than Matthew's. So they will see that the kingdom of God has come, rather than they will see the. Oh, I'm going to use that sometime later. Hey, thanks, Miko. I appreciate the clarification. And I think we might have a guest ready to load up on TikTok, so we'll try it out. Welcome in, Ballant, or actually, welcome back. We've talked to you on this channel before, right?
Yes, you and I have spoke, and it was just kind of a follow-up question on that, not a super scientific conversation, but just basically a follow-up on the recovery side of God and the Carl Jung books, Varieties of Religious Experiences, and it was just kind of a question. Oh, go
But
ahead,
are you
sir.
driving?
No, I'm in the car. My wife is driving.
Okay. Do you believe in God?
But
No, this person's an atheist.
no,
Oh.
but my question is like the state that leaves one is kind of like sucks, and I was just wondering like, is there anything outside of, I don't know, like that you know, like, okay, you know, God help me get through a hard day, whatever, right? Okay, don't have that anymore. Is it just like, all right, buckle up and do it yourself kind of thing, or is there things that you guys like use to help with the absence of God?
So
Friends, family, and community, right?
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say you're gonna get 3 different answers probably. I'm so hard nosed and hard headed that I'm just gonna fucking suck it up and do it. But that's probably not the healthiest way to do it. A lot of people in our community do talk to mental health professionals when they're going through deconstruction and even post deconstruction, and there's certainly no shame in that. And we've got a great one in our community, Dr. Joe, that we've utilized quite a bit.
I'd be interested in maybe more information on him. And does he specifically just kind of help people through deconstruction? Or sorry,
Quite a bit, yeah. Her name is Dr. Joanne Ketch. She's Googleable as well. If you Google Dr. Joanne Ketch, you'll find her. But she works pretty closely with our Discord, and we basically send people to her at a pre-negotiated rate.
okay, cool. Yeah, no, I know you guys are looking for a different type of conversation, but it was a genuine one of like,
I get it.
and
You're struggling.
a weird one to ask. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
That's okay.
I've been there myself. I've been exactly where you're at, so I get it. I get it. But there is talk to other people in the community. When you're at the beginning of it, it's daunting. It's very overwhelming, and it feels like you're super unstable. But I promise, in time, it gets better. You're going to go through the stages of grief, just like any other thing, and eventually you'll come out on the other side, and you'll be all right. But it does take. It's a process. It takes a little bit of time. But hold on, buddy. Just hang on, okay?
yeah, no, and I appreciate that. And not to sound like it's not too crazy. It's just more like it was. I was just actually more curious of like, you know, I wonder if there's something you can kind of replace that with. And I think you kind of answered it, like family, friends, community, or you're, you know, all right, there's nothing out there now. I gotta fucking man up and do this shit. I did actually have a question for Deconstruction Zone, because I asked Ian this. Have you ever read any of Christ Before Jesus, his whole thing on Jesus and Paul not existing?
So I'm personal friends with Jaron and Matt. I like them both. I have to say that regretfully, I bought the book and I haven't read it yet. I've got all the mythicism books now, and I haven't read a single one of them because I'm busy doing other stuff. But eventually, I'm going to read all the books on mythicism, including Jaron's, and see where I'll end up. You know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know enough. I tried to kind of talk to Ian about it, but like when I've read some and listened to a lot of him and had discussions about like Marcion and the other one and how he breaks down the stilometry and just like again, I'm not fully into it, but when I hear him, I'm like, dude, this is just making so much sense, and I'm like, this would like kind of kill every future argument that anyone, if like ever comes up on any of your guys' channels, like
Well,
this guy wasn't even real. You know,
but
that's a
that's
big one to.
yeah, that's why Jaron picks that particular topic. He thinks he's cutting the legs out right up of the stool. You know.
Yeah, for sure. But I'll let you guys go. Thanks so much.
Hey, best of luck, buddy. Take care of yourself.
Yep. Cheers.
Also, horrible blunder on my end. I had the wrong microphone selected this entire time. Hopefully, this chat sounds a lot more clear.
It does sound better than last week now. It was hard to tell earlier, but now I can hear the Yeti loud and clear.
I selected it right before I joined. I guess it just switched back for some reason.
And the background filtering seems to be working pretty well, pretty good as well. So we should be all right. Let's grab our next guest, Alzine, and see what we can get. Alazine, there we go. Welcome in, Alazine. Are you at least 18? Oh, they don't exist. Okay. Wow.
Raptured.
Must have been a pocket dial, I would imagine. Okay. We had another guest after Alazine, and they dropped pretty quickly as well. Well, friends, I guess we'll read a couple super chats, but we're waiting for the Holy Spirit to activate. I don't know if we have to do like a rain dance or if that's probably not a thing to say anymore. I don't know what we have to do to motivate the Holy Spirit to show up, but I was under the impression that the Holy Spirit was going to do really cool things. And so far, nothing, not even a good argument, which is wild because Jesus said that the Holy Spirit's going to lead Christians in all truth, but not the truth of a good syllogism for sure. Glitterlock, thank you for the super chat. Says, I have never locked in. Now I'm a Christian. That's all you need is lock in, buddy. It clicks when you lock in, you'll know. And Lost in FRP, great to see your friend. Thank you for the super chat. A humble donation for Quantanaut mic upgrade. Rock hard for Doug. It's resolved now.
Yeah, I had a nice mic. I just wasn't using it.
But thank you. Well, we got a guest loading up, but the guest needs to punch in their name. They didn't put a name in. We'll give them a second to put a name in. Based Ashira, good to see you, my friend. Appreciate the super chat. I saw a therapist who specialized in religious trauma when I had accepted I didn't believe in God. Having the deconstruction junction has aided my mental health and has filled the need for community. True. Community doesn't have to be the person next door or the person you're meeting for coffee. It could just be a friend over the interwebs. So there's a lot of discords too. Ian's got a discord. The deconstruction junction's growing as well. Quant, do you have a discord?
I do have a Discord. It's on my link tree on my TikTok.
There you go.
Also, people are saying on YouTube that my mic sounds worse now. I'm very loud and tinny. Yeah.
Oh, you probably the gain has been turned up on you so much that it sounds like you're like blowing the mic out or something.
Yeah, turn your gain down and then I'll turn mine up as needed.
Okay, testing.
Better?
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
It should be better. TikTok says it sounds good over there.
Strange.
Yeah. Nevertheless, also I would have checked your pattern as well. There's a switch on the back of that mic to give you the particular pattern that you want. Most people do cardioid.
The pattern should be good. I did check that before joining.
Okay. Perfect. Well, we got a guest named. I don't even know how to pronounce this. Give me a
good.
second.
YouTube's saying it's better now. Awesome.
Oh, good. I thought it was. All right.
Inner Tintrust.
That's something. How you doing, Inner?
I'm chilling. I just want
sorry, what?
to let people know. I just want to say, if you got discernment and you know that you're not supposed to be feeding into these negative energies, don't cast your pearls onto
Oh no,
these
the energies.
slimes.
Oh no,
These are
not
Oh
the
no, not
pre-cope.
the
This guy's
Do not
energies.
cast your pearls
this guy's
onto slime.
pre-coping. He's not even confident in his own ability to actually, like, I don't know, give a
Nah, I'm
reason to
just not.
believe
Yeah.
God
I'm not gonna just
exists.
sit here and
Or
let you energy harvest. You know
So,
what I mean?
sorry,
So
can you
okay.
define what energy is?
I think
No,
you should.
I
You
know
should
he
look
can't.
into
I want to hear
the
from
real
him.
mechanics of how
Can you tell me what the definition of energy is?
it's a thermodynamic. Alright.
My goat.
I'm not gonna cast my pearls
God
on the
damn,
slime.
that
I
was
mean,
rough,
there's a
buddy.
scientific thing, but
That
Genuine
was
spawn
rough.
there's
kill.
an
That dude
occult,
spawned
there's an
into the map,
occult,
headshot instantly.
esoteric meaning to this shit that I don't think y'all are privy
He
to.
spawned
I
Energy
don't
is
think
the
you can even give
esoteric
like
meaning?
a normal everyday meaning. I think
Oh,
you're just
no.
using words without knowing what they mean, man.
Yeah.
Nah, it's not that. It's there's meaning, but there's also
So tell me
logos.
it.
There's thought forms. I mean, there's ideas. Y'all, I don't think y'all are able to have ideas. You are
Can you
smart. You guys
convey
are
one of those
educated.
ideas
You
using
guys are
your
like my brother.
words,
You're very
maybe?
smart. You're educated. You could
I
get a
don't
book.
I
You
don't
can
think
get
you
information,
can.
but you're not able to
What
synthesize
what
information,
book
which is a
do we
very
need to read?
integral part of intelligence.
Which
Being
book
able
are we
to
supposed to
synthesize
read?
information. Yep.
Which book are we supposed to read?
What's that one shit?
You tell me.
Just
What
stunned him by
what
using
book?
the word book.
Nah, it's not that gang. You gotta think. I'm
Okay,
out
so
of very different
you don't
realms
know
of
you
life.
don't
You know
know
what
the
I mean?
name of any
Y'all are
books, do
from the
you?
suburbs. Y'all are from book smart
He
communities.
doesn't know any
I came
books.
from I Morals and Dogma. Go read that. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Go read some. I don't know. Go
Okay.
read some
All right.
Marcus Aurelius. Go read some shit.
But okay, there we go. Now
You know that
we're
there's
cooking
y'all
with some
know.
oil.
I'm gonna just say this. Deep in y'all soul, y'all know all you're trying to do is harvest
We don't
hatred and anger. You know what I mean? That's
you're
really all
the
y'all do. Y'all
you're the
feed off
Aw.
that.
angry one
That's y'all
crying right
addiction.
now. Isn't that weird?
I'm not angry.
Are
I'm
we
being
trying to
fed by
harvest
this.
anger, or are you angry?
Because it seems like you're
I
angry.
think you guys feed off of trying to get people in your stream, trying to challenge their. I don't think y'all know what y'all work for. I don't think y'all know the occult
And
forces and the
pretty sure we
esoteric
do.
things that
Yeah.
Forces. Oh
the
no, I mean
premises that y'all really
at the
work for.
Collider we sacrifice like babies regularly, so I know I'm very well aware of the occult forces.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Mhm.
I'm sure you do.
I sacrifice a whole live chicken about once a month.
Shit.
Nice.
I suspect I already know the answer to this,
I-
but you know, what makes you think that God exists?
Honestly, bro, I was an atheist for the longest time. You know what I mean? For a good minute.
Of course you
And
were.
it was a lot of little shit that, you know what I mean?
Like what?
It was really just the sense that I felt as a child. You know, I've had a very tough life. You know what I mean? I've dealt with a lot of spiritual shit, and I've dealt with
School of Hard Knocks.
with temptations. When I started
Vibes.
reading the Bible and I started looking at what's it called, what I was doing and how I was moving,
What were you doing?
I realized there was spiritual forces in my life, and not even only that. There's occult organizations and shit I started looking up into. You look, why the fuck are the highest people in this world, the most powerful people in this world, sacrificing babies on an island? Tell me that.
Can I ask you what shape do you think the Earth is?
Oh no.
Round? Are you dumb?
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, just had to check.
Yeah.
Had to
Also,
check.
by the
that
way,
deep.
I
No,
think
if you really,
I think
bro,
that there's like something like profoundly evil about like lying about like the Epstein stuff. You know, there's no
What do you mean
indication
lying?
of like baby sacrifices to like hijack like the real fucking atrocious crimes that were going
fuck that.
on
Fuck
there.
that. Look at
And
the
then
Finder's case. This is
yeah,
on the
I've already looked this up. It's
FBI.gov.
just
This is on the
false. I've looked into the
FBI.gov.
files. That didn't
Have you looked at
happen.
the Finder's case from the 1970s?
Which one?
It's on
Oh,
the
sure. So wait, now we have to
FBI.gov
pivot
case.
away from like the Epstein stuff.
No, this is the original Epstein case. This is on the FBI.gov website. They found there's these kids, right? They're at the park, and they found there were a bunch of kids. They're all dirty, unkempt, and there were these guys with suits. This whole shit was tied back to child trafficking. There's accounts and testimonies of these children saying that they were forced to sacrifice children, and that this shit is lit. You can look it up on the FBI.gov website. This
Okay.
is tied in with the CIA. This is a multinational, international fucking ring of this shit that's been going on.
Damn,
And there's other
yeah.
people
Just
like
conspiracy theory nonsense.
bro,
Why
I'm
do I
honestly
think that
surprised
do you
he's not a
understand?
flat
Okay,
earther.
do you understand the term
Like-
conspiracy theory itself
Is
was
a
coined by the
conspiracy? Yeah, of
CIA
course.
during the
That's
FBI,
actually
or
false,
during
by the way. So the
JFK.
whoa, wait, sorry. So that's actually false. So I think the term conspiracy theory is even like before any of those
In the
organizations
modern
existed.
sense of
Wait,
the
I
way
can
people.
give you the linguistic origins of the term
Oh yeah,
conspiracy
yeah. Thank
theory.
you. Mhm.
Specifically, in like the 1800s, the term theory was a term that was used in science, and because of the success in science, it started breaching into like other areas too. Places like journalism would start to describe like conspiracy theories about, you know, when they're
Here, you could
positing
say
like an explanation for something that's happening in society. They
you
would
could say
call
that,
it like
but you could
the
also say that there
conspiracy
is in
theory. So this did not come
yeah,
from
okay.
like the CIA or whatever. This came just from the
In the
evolution of
modern way that the word
linguistics.
is coined and the way it's used in media, even fucking Joe,
Wait. Before we move
y'all
on,
not
can you
looking
just
deep enough.
acknowledge that you were like just wrong about that? Like, I think that that's like important to
All right,
readjust your beliefs to make sure that you're in line with reality. You know, if you're just wrong about a thing, it's probably important to take a step back and ask, like, okay, well, if I was just wrong about this thing, you know, could I be wrong about all this other stuff too? Like maybe the entire like belief system is bullshit. Like,
I I've come to that conclusion before, my friend, and I think you need to come to that yourself. I think that you are very stuck in a program. You know what I mean? I think you're very
Program.
programmed. I think you fall. I don't know, man.
okay, so just like zero acknowledgement that you were just like totally wrong for like whatever
I
reason.
did. All right. You could say this. Nowadays, conspiracy theory is now coined in a dark light, right? Not dark light. It's used in a way to fuck. What's the word I'm trying to think of? Y'all gotta think. I'm not a scholar, bro. I come from an asylum
It
student.
has a
I come from
negative
a composite.
connotation.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely does. In today's the way it's used in today's, you can't say there's any form of conspiracy theory that somebody uses that and it's used in a positive light. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Even today, when shit has been proven, that niggas been like the shit that conspiracy theory
The
has been
truth
saying
of a
since.
conspiracy theory is completely uncorrelated with the believer's certainty in it.
Yeah. There have been like real conspiracies that have like genuinely taken place. Like for example, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. That's like a real deal conspiracy that took place there. Um, the problem is the ones that are currently on the market, the ones that are currently posited, well, these are all obviously bullshit. The problem is that when you add
What
more
makes you
people
believe
to
that
the
it's obviously
thing,
bullshit?
yeah, when you add
When there's
more
orders
people
and
to
Flat
the
Earth is
structures
thing, it
one.
inside of
gets more
Freemasonry
and
that
more
practice
likely.
occult
Whoa,
rituals
wait, do you want the
and
explanation or do you? Yeah, the reason that you have to think that it's bullshit is that because for all the conspiracy theories that are still in the market, there's tons of evidence against them. So in order to accommodate the evidence, all these conspiracy theories need to posit that actually like all of science is in on it too. Like you know, science manufactures all
but what are
these
we talking about?
bullshit studies.
What does science have
It's
to do with like I
because there's
understand
tons
science.
of evidence
What does
against
science
like
have to
every
do
conspiracy
with people
theory.
colliding to do shit? You know what I mean like not colliding, coalesce? I don't. I'm fucking. I'm trying to say,
Colluding?
thing.
Because in order
Yeah,
to
alluding to.
accommodate the lack of evidence for the conspiracy theory, you need to deepen the conspiracy theory and bring in new people and say, like, well, these are, you know, it goes deeper than just like the ones who want to see the results. Like, even like, you know, the academics, like even like the police, you know, they're in on this massive conspiracy theory too. And then you just have to like keep on expanding it outward and outward. But
Nah, but is it?
that's really strange, right? Typically, when more and more people get added to a conspiracy theory, you would just expect it becomes like increasingly more likely that there'd be like some sort of like leak from one of these groups.
I personally don't have all the. You know what I mean, I don't have the fucking spreadsheets and
Look, again,
the
you're in the
effing.
same group as flat earthers with this. So just to, like, try to
No,
take that
yeah,
perspective.
maybe with my ability to output what I'm saying. You know what I mean, I don't have this shit jotted down. I don't have notebooks and diagrams and all this shit. You know what I mean? I'm not a very organized person, but I am saying I don't know, man. You got to open up your horizons. You know what I mean? You're not looking
You
wide
should
enough, my brother.
probably close down your, you know, horizons and try to ground it into some knowledge that you're actually quite certain of. I don't know, maybe start with, you know, maybe you should look into the reliability of science and then you could take like
Hey,
science as your starting point and then build
hey,
out true beliefs based on that.
oh, we got to dump. We got to restart TikTok.
Yeah, I'm about to say though.
What?
I don't know,
This,
man.
I'm just gonna mute him for a second. Conspiracy theory dummy over here got us flagged on TikTok for misinformation that may
I
cause
see.
moderate harm. So we got to reboot TikTok real quick.
Okay,
Sorry,
that's too
friends.
bad.
We'll be right back
Fair
on
enough.
TikTok. We'll unmute the guest in a second.
No, there's no. Like, to what end?
Well, TikTok can't hear them.
Oh.
We don't want to continue the conversation and not have. Well, then again, they might not return right away either. I guess it doesn't matter.
Well, wait, but if the live is just gonna get flagged again, like, what's the point?
I don't know if it will. Hopefully, it won't.
Okay, that's fine.
It depends what they say.
Well, it didn't get like removed. It just was going to get restricted. If that makes sense. They're not. Yeah, they're not taking the lives down that much anymore. They're just restricting them.
Yeah, I got a live taken down, and it was like, man, the level that you have to go to get the live taken down, it's like severe.
I have only gotten live restrictions. There we go. I've only gotten live restrictions whenever I share my screen, and it's really annoying because I like to share my screen a lot, and every time I do, TikTok's like, "Whoa, unoriginal content."
That's weird. Oh yeah, they did that to me at first, and now they're kind of used to it. There's some tricks. We'll talk about it.
Please do.
That guest left, so I guess we'll move on to.
That guest did remind me of a great quote, which was, "They laughed at Einstein, they laughed at the Wright brothers, but they also laughed at Bozo the Clown."
True.
True. That's very good. Well, we have Chaos waiting to get in, but Chaos, you got to put your smoke and or vaping device down. It's against the TikTok rules and whatnot. But we got you coming up right now. How you doing, Chaos?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're doing pretty good. Chaos, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 30 actually.
Sure. And do you believe in God?
Well, for me personally, I am a Protestant, but I wanted to actually hit you guys with a completely different way of thinking it from like an agnostic perspective, if that's cool.
I don't know what that means. What do you want to make an argument for God or for maybe
I'm actually
God?
more or less it's more or less an argument for like you're asserting that God isn't real. I want to focus on the assertion that God isn't real.
Okay.
As opposed to proving that God is real, but the assertion that God isn't real. Because the way I see the question right now is the assertion is an assumption based on what I would assume that you guys think of the creation as the Big Bang Theory.
No.
Oh, okay, my bad. This is first time caller, so I don't know.
And we do have like justification for this claim.
Okay.
I want to be clear. It's not just like out of the blue.
If you guys don't mind, just break down your line of thinking that led you to this question, I guess, and like what your faith is, or like what your belief systems are, the way you see like everything like that. Just quick.
Well, sure. So there's like a good deal. Like I'm happy to plead like epistemic humility and say, I don't have like the fully developed worldview, but we can rule out God as being one of the possibilities. There are contradictions within God's properties, and contradictory things are false. So let me give you one of those contradictions. You, as a believer, think that God is the creator of all things, which would include being the creator of time, but God can't possibly create time. The reason for this is because either God was eternally creating time, he was creating time, and there's no beginning to him doing that, or there is a beginning to him doing that, where he would go from not creating time, and then at some point he begins to. So let's explore both options. So let's say God is just eternally creating time. Well, at that point, then time just eternally exists, which means that he never creates it. The alternative is that, God doesn't create or is not creating time, and then he begins to create time, but then that would require change. And anything that changes is within time. So that would place God in time, which means that he can't create time. So no matter how you slice it, God just can't be the creator of all things.
I would say that like God would have probably created time, but he was creating it outside of space-time. So like, so like when it comes down to like even like go back to like the Big Bang Theory, it's just like nothing came from. Something came from nothing.
No, that's not what the Big Bang Theory is saying.
Wait. Let's also. I don't want this guy to get away from this. So, in terms of so you're saying like God is not creating from time, so that means that God just must have been eternally creating time.
Yeah,
he's just always doing it.
Time outside of space time.
Yes, so then time just eternally exists. So God never creates it.
I would say that he created it, but he created it outside of space time, and time
Yeah.
would have been created when everything occurred with the Big Bang and everything. That's when time
So
was
you're
born.
saying that God brought time into existence, but also that time always existed?
No, well, I'm saying that God brought time into existence because prior we wouldn't have an understanding of what time was.
So you're saying God was eternally acting, like he was eternally willing time into existence, but time didn't eternally exist?
No, I'm saying that time
Did time
created.
eternally exist?
When we say time, what do we?
So
Let's
yes,
get a definition of
yeah, I don't
time.
know, the dimension along which change in objects is possible.
Okay. I would say that outside of space time, there would maybe be a property that's similar to time, and him creating it for us would be different because it's a different set of rules.
So there's like a God time.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's like a
Sure.
God
Well,
time,
okay, did God create God time?
most likely.
Yeah, sure.
If
So
I
either
reckon.
then the dilemma just backs up there. Either God was eternally creating God time or God began to create God time. If God's eternally creating God time, then God time just eternally exists, so he's not the creator because it's just always there. The alternative is then that he starts to create it, which means that he would just be within the God time. So he couldn't create it in that circumstance either.
I'm also not sure how God time is distinguishable from just regular time. It seems indistinguishable.
But I mean, I would say that outside of space and time, there would be a different set of rules that he would have had to create. I mean, yeah, that he would have had to create. And
Is it
then,
illogical?
So you
I'm
just
sorry?
keep layering it up.
So it's fine if there's like, God doesn't need to follow the laws of physics, but he doesn't need to follow the laws of logic. That's the restriction. Either he was or he wasn't always creating. Which one is it?
Well, I would say that he was always creating.
Then creation would just always exist.
No, creation was created, but it took time.
So he was always creating. So okay, so there's like an eternity where he's creating and an eternity where nothing is happening. What's the deal with that?
I'm sorry, say that again?
So you're saying that God was always creating,
Right.
but then there's like a start to creation. In order for that to be the case, there's like an eternity where God is creating and just nothing is happening.
Well,
And then
I
at
would,
some random point, it just comes into existence.
no, I would say that he's creating, but he gets to a point where he then creates us.
Yes, and that's the that's like the thing that I'm telling you he can't do, because if he's always creating, then creation always exists.
Well, no, if he's always creating, then he's the one that's creating creation.
I have no idea how you think that's even like remotely responsive.
What do you mean? He's
That's not what-
creating. He created creation for us, right? So he's outside of space.
That certainly is your conclusion, yeah.
Space time, and then inside of space.
But he's inside of
creation.
God time, and you're back to where you started.
I mean, I'm sorry.
He has to be inside of some kind of time in order to do a creation where a thing starts.
But we don't know that if God is ever all powerful and almighty, he could bypass these restrictions.
I've yet to
and
hear a
limit us to something.
coherent description that like makes logical sense. If you're just saying that it's outside of the realm of like human understanding, sure, maybe, but at that point, why would I believe that? Like, there's no justification for that.
I mean, in terms of justification for what? For believing in God in general, for creating, or?
Well, you're saying that like he's in God time, but he's creating our time from God time,
Right.
and he's not changing in God time, but yet he causes a change, and I don't see how this meshes up logically.
No, it causes a change in our time. It doesn't cause a change in God's time, if you will.
But he does change from not creating to creating.
It goes from creation, not creating. What do you
And
mean
then
by
he
that?
changes, so God is not creating, and then he creates.
No, he's been creating.
Yes. If God creates, does creation exist?
Yes, if God creates.
And so, okay, so if God creates, creation exists. God's eternally creating,
right,
therefore creation exists eternally.
because he's eternally creating it.
Then
yes.
okay, so then you agree that creation is eternal.
Right, because he's eternally creating it.
Okay, sure. So then he never creates it.
But he's
because
eternally creating
because it just always existed.
No, because he's eternally
You
creating.
just said that it was a. You just said that that creation's eternal.
I've been literally saying he's eternally creating it.
You just said like 2 seconds ago that creation is eternal.
Yeah, because he's eternally creating it.
So then creation just always exists.
Mm,
It's
in
eternal.
I mean, he's creating.
That's what the word eternal means, right?
Right, and he's
that it never didn't exist. It never didn't exist.
It never did not. Yeah, I would say never did. I mean,
and if it never didn't exist, then it wasn't created.
Yeah, you never brought it into existence because it just always existed.
No, hold on. I'm saying that he did. I'm sorry. This is. Bear with me. I'm not used to debating here. I would say that he is creating, but give me a second.
At this point, I don't think the word creation is actually like doing anything for you, right?
I mean, because I'm trying to figure out, like, he's creating.
Maybe you want to say like he grounds it, but I wouldn't use the word creating.
Okay, yeah. So in terms of grounding, what do you mean? Like,
so yeah. Okay, so grounding typically refers to something like you determine it, but not in like a causal way. Like you're responsible for its existence, but not in the sense that you caused it to exist, but in some other sense. So for example, you know, the fact that there is an even prime number is grounded in the fact that 2 exists and that 2 is an even prime number. But, you know, we wouldn't say that the existence of 2 caused the fact that there is an even prime number. It's like a different type of thing. Or for example, you know, electricity is grounded in electrons, but we wouldn't say that like electrons are like the cause of electricity.
Okay, so what would you say the cause of electricity would be?
I don't know if it's coherent to speak of like a cause, or so okay. Maybe like whatever caused the electrons.
So
whatever
there's
the voltage difference, but
yeah.
Say that again.
Electricity is a flow of electrons.
Whatever caused the difference in voltage. Maybe like a more less physicsy, you know, me saying that version is that a stream is not caused by water. It's just the flow of water.
But okay, but would you say that a stream requires the water?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's like the point. It's like grounded in the fact that it has water, but it's not caused by water itself. It's caused by the fact that there's like maybe a difference in height, and you know, the materials of the ground caused you know, allowed the water to carve away a certain path and everything like that.
I mean, I can't personally say what a cause for creation would be, but if a creator would have created creation, I wouldn't think it would be so much. Like, I wouldn't see it as so crazy to say that a creator could create creation when our best
5 times fast,
right? When our I guess when our best assertion that we would have would be, and it's a good scientific assertion that we currently have, is the Big Bang theory on why creation happens.
Okay, I can comment on that because we keep sort of migrating to that.
Yeah, we do.
The Big Bang does not say that the universe was created. That's the Big Bang is simply an event that happened in the history of our universe, and we don't know if, or you know, if there is a before or what happened before,
right?
Or if something else caused it. We don't know. That's just the limitation of this current science. But our current understanding is that like it's not necessarily the beginning of time itself.
But I would say, like, even having the assertion of, you know, God is real, I would just say, like, we don't know if he isn't or is. So I'll give you an example.
Well, this is why we shouldn't have allowed the pivot to the Big Bang, because I think that we just established that God doesn't exist, because I think I just established that God didn't create, that he couldn't have.
But we don't exactly know. Like, it's the thing when it comes down to God, for people saying God isn't real and God is real, we can't pinpoint down if he is or not.
I think I just did.
We don't have enough information.
I think we do, and I think I just did.
I don't think so.
Okay,
Because,
sure.
for
Well, I
example,
mean,
I'll give
you
an
ended up
example, I'll give you
contradicting
an
yourself, though. Wait, in an attempt to try to like defend yourself, you contradicted yourself. I mean, you literally had to like change your answer halfway through the conversation.
How
I think the
so?
proof was pretty decisive.
How so?
Because at first you said that creation did not always exist, and then you ended up saying that creation did always exist. But at that point, God's just not the creator.
No, I said that creation, no, that God did create. God did create. The creation was created by God. I don't.
But
we're
is
back
it
in the loop.
eternal?
Always
Is
existing.
the creation eternal? Is the question.
I need to get a definition for eternal now.
Just like has no beginning.
Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure that I'm like lasting or existing forever without end or beginning. So I guess it wouldn't be eternal because it says without end or beginning.
Which of those things do you have? Does it have?
It says lasting or existing
Do you
forever.
think creation has an end or a
without-
beginning? Which one?
Hold on. Yeah, without end or beginning. So I would say it would have a beginning, but it wouldn't have currently an end because our solar star universe hasn't burnt out yet into 1,000 crisps or anything like that. So I would
Do
say
you
it has
think-
a beginning, but it doesn't have currently an end.
Well,
Do you think
even in that case,
wait. Do you think Jesus is eternally begotten?
Eternal. I'm sorry. Break it down for me in layman's terms. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, this is like a piece of like Christian theology, which is that I think it's Justin can correct me on this, but I think it goes back to like the Nicene Creed that claims that Jesus is eternally begotten, that Jesus is like maybe caused by the Father or like maybe emanated by the Father in like an eternal way, and that he just exists eternally because he's eternally caused.
Yes. So the way it was explained to me when I was younger is they'll say that it's generated by the Father, which is crazy if you think that God is non-contingent.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I guess again, I'm a Protestant. I'm not like Protestants have different views on how Christ, the Father, and God really are. Different Protestants have different views internally. Certain people can call me a heretic or whatever. I don't care. I stick to science a lot, but I use as much science as we know to, I guess, validate as much of the Bible as we can. Outside of that, I may disagree with a lot of points that I guess they would say in the Nicene Creed. Yeah.
Okay. So here's what we have. So you do think that creation, earlier you said that creation is eternal because God's eternally creating it. Are you changing your mind like once more?
Yeah, because I messed up. I didn't get the definition.
Okay, sure.
Correct. That's
If God eternally creates something, then does that thing eternally exist?
So if God creates something without an end or a beginning, does it exist without an end or a beginning?
If God is causing something eternally, does that thing just exist eternally?
I don't think so.
How could that be?
Without a beginning or end?
How could it be the case that God is causing something? God from his eternity is just always producing something, and that thing is not just always produced. Like, what explains the gap there?
I guess, because I would assume that like the way that we look at God is we anthropomorphize God into what his limitations could be and not. You could have a God that could create anything from a snap of fingers and just bypass physics internally.
What do you think the question I asked you was?
Yeah,
like, that was just totally non-responsive.
Well, what'd you ask?
Can God do contradictions?
I'm trying to get there. Again, I'm not that good at. I'm doing my best here, guys.
Can God do contradictions?
I wouldn't. I don't think so.
That's the crux of the argument. It's not a physics argument. It's a contradiction argument.
So okay. So where would you see the contradiction being?
Yeah, that God both created it but never created it. And the reason why he never created it is because if he's eternally causing it, then it's just eternally caused.
But if he did create it, I guess if you would say the word eternally, if he did eternally create it, there is a beginning.
No, the opposite. If he created it and he doesn't begin to create it, then it just exists without a beginning because
But
God never
eternal by
began to create
definition
it.
is lasting or existing forever without end or beginning.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So okay,
it's a
I see,
contradiction.
I see. I flipped about it.
And the word eternal. Like there's a disconnect between those two.
Yeah.
You can have one, you can have the other, but you can't have both.
I would say I wouldn't say the word eternal. Then I would use a different word. I would say that creating, but not its
But if it's not eternal, then God has to already be in time.
Outside of space time, because we use
but in some kind of time.
In some kind
he has to be in some kind of time that he didn't create himself.
So do you think God's act of creating the universe was eternal?
I mean, I would assume that God is still currently
Well, wait, you just agreed that God is in some kind of God time that he himself did not create.
No. You said that he did create that God time.
No, I'm saying he couldn't have. Because that gets you back into the contradiction again.
Oh, no. What I mean, for the God time specifically, what I would assume is that he created all of that and the God time, right? He created.
But then how did he create it if he had to be in it in order to create?
I mean, to be fair, I don't know those answers. Like, there's certain answers we don't know from like a physics standpoint, but I can't answer why or how.
Well, I'm not asking from like a physics standpoint. I'm asking from a logical standpoint. Right, I don't know what it means to create something if you're not already in time.
So, okay, so I would say the reason he created that...
no, not the reason why he created it. Like, how it's logically possible in order to create something if you're not already in some kind of time.
But I wouldn't say that God would follow the laws of logic. Because
okay, that's you don't want to say that.
No, the reason I say that is because, again, if we talk about God, we're talking about a all-powerful deity that can do anything. So
you don't want to say that.
No, that's
otherwise you have to affirm that God can make the rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it, that God can make like the sun that both exists and doesn't exist.
I mean, to be fair, at this point, I'm like, this is why, like, in the beginning of the conversation, I said I wanted to argue from an agnostic perspective of what God is, as opposed to.
I mean, at this point, you're just falling into like solipsism, where nothing is knowable at all because you can't make statements about anything.
Well, we can't make statements of why God created, let's say, the universe, of why, right?
No, it's not a why question. That's not the part that we're,
it's more or less a circular thing of why did he create his own space-time to create us? Or how did he do it?
No, I mean, it's more how. Like, how is it even logically possible? Because it seems like it's not.
I mean,
like it seems like you get to a contradiction, and if you get to a contradiction, if you're allowing God to have contradictions, then like you can't make any claims about anything anymore.
But I would say, okay, it wouldn't be logical for us as human beings because we wouldn't understand that type of power. He could probably, it could probably be perfectly.
There's a difference between physically possible and logically possible. Like, it's logically possible for me to, to borrow Ian's example. It's logically possible for me to jump to the moon, but it's not physically possible.
How do we ground a deity in logic?
Ian, that sounds like a you question.
Right. So if you can't,
while you're eating, sorry.
I'm not even sure what the question is really asking.
How can you ground a deity in logic? Because you're saying that it's not logical for him to
that
do
feels
this.
like a malformed question. So
What?
I take logic to be something like the rules of valid inference. Are you asking like how would we prove that God exists? Is that something that you're asking?
I'm saying, like, how would you ground his logic? Like, what would you say? Like, how would you ground a deity's logic? You can't, because you don't.
I don't know what that question's asking. I don't know what you mean by a deity's logic.
Right. So, and
logic is just logic.
Right. So human beings have logic, right? Specific set of logic that we understand by. God has a different set of that. How would we ground what he thinks logic
Why would I grant
is?
that?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I don't know why I would grant that. Why I wouldn't think that like logic is universal across all things.
So do you think?
Do you think God would disagree with the fact that if A then B, A therefore B? Like,
no, I'm saying that a deity would have
a reason to not agree with that.
No, I'm saying that a deity would have different logic than a human being.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Our understanding of logic, like one example is if A then B, A therefore B. That's an example of like a logical inference.
Okay.
Would
Yeah.
God disagree with that, or would he have like would he say no? That's stupid. Here's a different thing that would happen.
Yeah, he might do that. Right.
Do you have a justification for that?
Well, it just sounds like God's illogical at that point.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, not logical for us as human beings because we don't understand it. If we're talking about,
I'm fine with that,
all-powerful
honestly.
being-
Like, as long as we agree that a human belief in God is irrational, I'm fine with that.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's irrational because at the end of the day, we don't know yet of any. Like we
You just
can
said that it's
assume-
illogical, that God's
it's
an
like, it's a
illogical
great
entity.
assumption. It's a great assumption, right?
You just said that God is illogical.
And we've just devolved to like hard solipsism now that we
No.
can't know anything at all ever.
No, I'm just saying in terms of making an assertion that something like God is or is not real. Let's say we get evidence in the future that says God is real. You guys going to change your mind, or are you guys not going to?
Well, if you at the point of what you've just said,
Because I'm trying to
that
gauge
God is
where you guys
outside
are
of
right.
logic, I wouldn't make the claim that God is outside of logic. Which is why I would say, yeah, if there's evidence, then I would change my mind.
Okay.
But if your claim is that God is outside of logic, then it seems like this couldn't possibly be the sort of thing that you could prove. That there's literally no possible way to even know if God exists if God is just outside of logic.
Sure. I would just say that, like, this is why I wanted to take it from an agnostic perspective of we just don't know if he is true or not true. But the assertion that you guys' assertion of saying he isn't true is based on an assumption.
Do you think that reality is logical?
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me just finish this real quickly. Is based on an assumption where we still don't have all the scientific tools that we can to find out if God is true or not down the line.
In order
we have
for
limited technology.
in order for a scientific theory to potentially be proven true, it has to be well formed. Like it has to be consistent with itself in order for it to be a well formed theory that we can even test. And what has been failed to be shown is that I don't think the theory of a god is a well formed idea. I don't think it's something that can be proven true because it's not consistent with itself.
But that's the thing. Theories and facts are completely different. Currently, we don't have a good, we don't have a fact of how everything came to be in terms of creation. And if it gets to the point where our technology advances and down the line, we may find that shit, it was God, that could be, that would be wild. But
well, no, because again, like my point is that the theory is not well formed. You can't have a well formed theory even be wrong. Like, you can't test it.
Right.
In order for to have a theory to test, you have to show that that theory is consistent with itself.
Sure.
Otherwise, it's just nonsense.
Right, but there's a reason why nowadays we, in terms of creation, we only have theories. We don't have facts. It's not.
I think you're not like listening to what I'm saying.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
In order for a theory to be testable at all, like in principle,
right,
it has to be well formed. Meaning, at least it has to be consistent with itself. I don't think that this theory of a god that you're presenting is consistent with itself.
Well, I mean, sure, I guess it wouldn't pass the scientific. It wouldn't pass the scientific method.
No,
but I would
not even that. It's just not well formed. It's like not even a claim that we can assess. Not like technologically, but just logically.
But I would say that the claim more or less is for a what if in the future.
Well, I know, that's what I'm addressing.
Okay, so break it down. So do you have like a hard assertion that
like no for example
technologically we will just
for example string theory is a theory that we don't have the technology to prove one way or the other yet.
Right.
However, it is a mathematically well-formed idea. You can write it down on paper and show that it is logically consistent with itself at the very least. So in principle, we could one day test to see if string theory is true. But the idea that you are presenting does not pass that first requirement. It's not shown to be consistent with itself.
I guess my personal way of looking at it, I guess it wouldn't be able to be a scientific theory, but I would say that once, in the future, when we get to a point in time where maybe our technology is advanced and we start learning more.
You're not listening. My point is that it's not a matter of technology. it's like even in principle, it's not a kind of theory that can be tested.
But you
because
don't
it's
know,
not consistent.
But the thing is, you don't know what we can find in the future. You're just assuming.
No. Maybe one of you could maybe explain this in a different way.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not just. I'm
Wait,
not
can you
getting it.
summarize
Maybe-
back what you think Quantonaut's point is, or are you not listening?
I'm just not understanding. I'm sorry.
Wait, then why don't you ask for clarification instead of just repeating your point over and over again?
I thought
Quantonaut's point
that's-
is like very simple. It's that in order for there to be any evidence for a hypothesis in the first place, it needs to be consistent with itself. It can't be like contradictory.
Okay.
And there's no demonstration that the God hypothesis is even consistent with itself. So that means that there can't possibly be evidence for it.
Right. So what if down the line there comes a better hypothesis on the Godhead that we do look at?
Now I can chew into that.
Right.
Then you have to show me that new God hypothesis. The one that you currently have, I think, is incoherent.
Right.
If you like came back another day and gave me a different quote unquote theory of God that I think is logically consistent, then yeah, maybe I'll agree to that. But at that point, I don't think that I would call that a God, because every description of a God I've heard always leads to a contradiction.
But you would at least be open-minded to hearing it.
Sure. I mean, I'm always open-minded to hear like a new theory of nature, but I just wouldn't call it a God at that point.
Sure.
Maybe it's like a powerful alien, but you know.
I mean, this is the first time that I found you guys on YouTube, so I definitely would love to come back here when I get all my thoughts sorted out, write everything down. Definitely do that, because this was a spur of the moment thing, and I sub to you guys. I definitely would love to see more content. I definitely love to pull up next time. Yeah,
come by anytime.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Heck yeah. All right, y'all have a great day.
Hey, take care, Cass.
You as well.
He's a nice
I'm
fellow.
happy we finally kind of got there.
Right, yeah. Friends, I'm going to read just a couple of super chats, and we're going to get Luca in here from our YouTube queue, and we're going to keep the conversations rolling. Coffee Mom, thank you for the super chat. Remember, God isn't real, so the last time you survived troubled times, it was you that did the work. You already proved, oh my goodness, you can do it. Do it again. That's true. 100% true. That was all you, friends. And Dr. Joe with another one, thank you. It says, guest mentioned recovery. I'm in the room. Short answer, there are many science and evidence-based habits that affect the change formally assessed through 12-step. True, and there's also the Secular Therapy Project and Recovering from Religion is the other one I'm thinking of that you might be able to contact and get some assistance. Calfons, I think. Thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says this is a question for Ian. The more I think about your perspective on morality, ethics, and agency, the more I feel like I should be a vegan. Was there a time when you weren't vegan? If so, how hard was it for you to change?
I think like slow steps is like the yeah. I mean, obviously there was a time where I wasn't vegan, but I'm just convinced. I was convinced by the wrongness of eating meat. I just think that there's, in principle, I think like the key question is to ask yourself, what would need to be true of a human that would justify me eating a human? And to which the answer is like basically nothing. Like barring like extreme circumstances, basically nothing. There's nothing that would ever justify like the widespread factory farming of humans. There's no trait that could ever make that justified, which means that there is similarly no trait that could possibly justify this within cows, or any other animal. So I don't know. I think that the way that you become vegan is just through like slow steps, slow changes in your diet. First start with like milk, switch to like a different type of milk. Then, I don't know, switch from meat to various like either like meat substitutes or like mushrooms or I don't know. Mushrooms are a good one, but there's tons and tons of advice out there.
Yeah. Chris, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says another vocabulary word for Doug's Pretzel Factory. Eternal means created when necessary. Hail Doug, in whom words are grounded in clarity. Yes, praise Doug. Where words have meanings and words mean words. It's a pretty simple concept, actually. Let's get Luca pulled in here. We'll get our next conversation going. Welcome in, Luca. Are you
Hello,
at least
guys.
18?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you believe in God?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I'm a Christian.
Awesome. That was my next question. Okay. Hey, what do you think is a good reason to believe in the Christian God?
Well, I was never really that much into religion, I would say, but like being intellectually consistent with morality, for example, gives me a reason to believe that there is a moral lawgiver, right? That outside of me decides whether something is right or wrong, right? So
That seems
that's
incoherent.
the main reason why I got it into it.
Yeah, so to me, like, the reason why that's incoherent is because morality has a specific property to it. I guess, like, to give some background, so there are these things called imperatives. An imperative is just saying you should do this. You have a reason to do this. So
Sure.
we have two. We have we have categorical imperatives, and what?
Yeah, I'm timing them out. Hold on. Sorry. I had to click on them to time them out. Sorry.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. Okay, so we have imperatives, the statements about like what you should do, basically the claim that we have specific reasons for action. Now we have hypothetical imperatives, which are like if you want to achieve a specific goal, then you should take a specific action. You know, if you want to win the chess game, you should make this move, which means like you have a reason to make that move. And then we have the target of morality, the categorical imperative, which is saying everyone has a reason to do these specific actions no matter who you are. I have no idea how God saying that you should do a specific thing means that you actually should. I don't know why that would follow. Like, what reason does a person who doesn't care what God says have to do what God says? If they don't have the reason, then it doesn't satisfy the categorical imperative, which means that it's not ethics at all. It would just be subjective.
All right, that was I'm not that smart, so I didn't follow it quite. Like I didn't follow everything, but like for me, right? I would say that hurting another person purely because I want to hurt that person is still wrong. You know, even though I want to do it, even though I have the feeling of doing it, it's
Yeah.
wrong to hurt another person.
Yeah,
But you
that's
would say
fine.
it's just my subjective feeling that it's wrong, right? It's not wrong in absolute reality. It's just a feeling I have as a human because I need to care for other humans so we prosper as a society for more humans.
Yeah, but let's say there's somebody who wants to hurt another human and they don't care what God says. What
Yeah.
reason does that person have to not hurt other humans, in your view?
Well, far from like punishment, I would say, like the government punishing them for it. That would be a good
What if they
reason why
avoid
some people hold
punishment?
back, maybe.
If they avoid punishment, do they have any reason to not do that?
If they don't believe in God, no.
Okay, then your ethics are subjective. You need to subjectively decide to listen to God in order for your ethics to, or
Yeah,
like,
you need to. Yeah, you have the choice. God gives you the choice, indeed, to not put your trust in Him, to follow another direction, your direction or someone else's directions, in which they say that murder is okay. You know, it's okay to kill babies or kill women or kill men, and you are free to do that. Yes, absolutely. 100%.
so then your ultimate moral authority is just you personally choosing to obey God.
My free will, indeed, my free will to obey the moral lawgiver. That's right.
Yes, so then it's all subjective because it comes down to your subjective choice to either listen or not obey. Like you can either obey God subjectively or you can not obey. You can subjectively choose to not obey
Well,
God.
the free
So then your
will,
ethics are
obviously,
subjective.
Obviously, the free will is subjective, right? The free will itself to either put your trust or to not put your trust. Some Christians believe it's like Calvinistic. You know, they believe some people
Well,
are
I think you guys are you're talking past Ian, or Ian's talking past you a little, one or the other. When you say you have free will, that doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have a reason to, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, that is the question, right?
You could in theory have both, right? You could have the freedom to choose to follow a reason or not follow a reason.
Yeah, sure.
But the question at hand is that is there a reason to begin with?
Yeah.
And it seems like no.
Oh, is there a reason to follow the word of God?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a reason
to obey?
if you don't care?
Does everyone have a reason to obey God even if you don't care? Like,
Yeah.
does
I
the
mean,
person who doesn't
listen,
care
if
what
you,
God has to say have a reason to
well, I
obey
believe
God?
that humans are born with like this, how would you say it, like this innate feeling that there is a God and that there is a moral lawgiver that says that something is right or wrong. Like something inside of them eats them up
I
alive
have
from
never
killing someone.
experienced that.
Mm-mm.
I
Mhm.
mean, I grew
Okay.
up agnostic in an agnostic
Mhm.
family. I never went to
Yeah.
church. I never
Yeah.
had that inclination.
Okay,
But you grew
wait,
up
wait.
with
So is that
parents
this
that
was
gave
whoa,
you
whoa, whoa. Wait, this was like a total non-answer to my question. Do you think that you answered my question?
not sure.
Yes,
Ask
it was a
again. I'm
yes or
not
no
sure.
question.
Ask
I didn't
again.
hear a
Ask
yes
again.
or a no. The question is, for a person that doesn't care what God has to say, do they have a reason to obey what God has commanded them to do?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
They have a
what
reason.
reason
The
do they have?
from a Christian, from my perspective, is they end up in hell. So
Okay, sure. What if
they
they
go
don't
away
care
from
about
God.
going to hell or going to heaven? Do they have a reason then?
I mean, I could be a masochist, right?
It's a hard question. You know, I'm not really sure I have an answer for you. You know, it's
Sure.
I couldn't tell you exactly.
Sure. Well, then your ethics are subjective. So the ethical, like the moral argument can't possibly work if
Mm.
your ethics are subjective.
Well, I said that the free will is subjective. I didn't say the morals that the free will follows in the direction of God is subjective.
In order for it to be objective, every single
Yeah.
person would need a reason to do the ethical action.
Yeah.
If not every single person has a reason to do it, then it's not
Mhm.
objective.
Okay. Well, I'm not very educated on the specific reason or not reason. You know, I'm not really sure.
Sure.
But
But it just seems like the moral argument can't possibly work unless,
mhm,
there are objective ethics
mhm.
on your view.
Yeah. Okay, but
Regardless of
so
whether
you
or
would
not
say,
the atheist can account for objective ethics, it seems like the moral argument goes nowhere if the Christian can't account for them.
all right. So you would say that the moral laws we follow, right, either in a society or as a human individual or as a tribe, whatever, are purely subjective or like based on the society that we're living in, right?
Are you saying like the descriptive fact about like what people do? Or are you saying like the reasons that we have to do specific things? Because I think that ethics are objective in the sense that there are specific reasons that everyone has to do specific actions. But I think that if the claim is something like descriptive, not normative, about like,
Mm-hmm.
what do different societies do? Well, obviously, different societies do different things.
Oh,
Ethics is a question about reasons for action.
all right. I see. But you would say it's still subjective, right?
No, I
In
would say it's
objective reality.
objective.
You would say morals are objective.
Yes.
Okay. And so who's the lawgiver of these morals?
Yeah, the
Or
laws of logic are the moral epistemology, if that's what you're asking. Like you can just logically deduce specific ethical truths.
okay, but like murder is wrong. How would you approach that?
Yeah, sure. So I'm an agent. What that means is that I take actions in order to achieve my goals. But, in order for me to take any of these actions, I need my freedom and well-being, which means that in order for me to take any of these actions, I would need for you to not interfere with my freedom and well-being. So in virtue of having any goal at all, I'm going to be claiming a right to freedom and well-being just because I'm an agent. All agents must make this claim. But because my agency is sufficient for me to have this right, then all agents must likewise have this right. So therefore,
Mm.
all agents have a right to freedom and well-being. I think that that's a pretty good encapsulation of like the obligations that we have to each other. And the reason why murder is wrong is because it violates the right to freedom and well-being.
And who decides that? Like you or like a society? Like who decides that?
Who decides
Well,
what? Which part of that?
What you just said. What you just
the
said.
the
Like the
idea is that
conclusion or?
the denial
No,
of that
like
leads
that
to a
we
contradiction.
Yeah.
because we need our freedom and well-being, right? That needs to be protected. Who says that it needs to be protected? Like who's
Yeah,
saying
it's
that?
necessitated by the laws of logic. I just gave the argument.
By the laws
If
of
you
logic.
deny it, you get yourself into a contradiction. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
But so a human does have value according to the laws of logic, you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. But an intrinsic value. This is not value that we just subjectively
Yes,
like,
correct.
place upon a human.
Yeah.
Okay. That's I never heard that one. Usually atheists say, it's just subjective, right? It's not like objective. So
Yeah,
it's the first
usually,
I
but
actually heard that one.
times are changing,
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
soon it's gonna a lot of interactions are gonna go just like this one, where it's the atheist who has the
Mhm.
objective ethics and the Christian who has the subjective
Yeah.
ethics.
Okay. So could you purely once again, like in layman terms, right?
Yeah.
Why does a human have value?
A human has value insofar as like,
Mhm.
okay, so maybe think about it like this.
Mhm.
In order to take any action, I've deemed that that action is valuable just in virtue of the fact that I am like willing towards it. I'm like trying to achieve it, which means that I've deemed it to be valuable. But in order for me to confer value onto that thing, I myself would need to be valuable just on the basis that I have autonomy to select and value things. Therefore, if me being a valuer is sufficient for me to have value, then all valuers must have value.
All right. So that's the logic, right? You're following.
Yeah.
All right. So what if someone cannot do that? Someone cannot decide to follow something.
In what terms?
Like
could you give me like a specific example?
Like somebody in a coma.
Somebody in a coma. Yeah. So
Yeah.
the reason that I think that you would have to not, I don't know, like kill this person is because there are likewise specific things that are necessary to be a valuer in the first place. Things like, human life is going to be required in order to be a valuer, life in general, things like certain like brain structures. So I would probably say that a person who's like deep in a coma is going to have like less value and less moral consideration than a person who's not in a coma, but you're still going to have to value the person in a coma because they have these features that you're required to value, like, human life, the brain structures, etc.
So the human life still has values even though it cannot make any decision.
Yeah.
Okay. On the basis of what?
The argument that I just gave you, that in
That was
virtue of
following
being
the
a
rule, right?
valuer,
That was
yeah, in virtue of being a valuer, you would need to thereby value like being a valuer simplicator.
what
In
does that
order
mean,
for you to
simplicator?
confer value on other people or on like other
Yeah.
things, like on the goals that you have, you yourself would
Mhm.
need to be a source of value. That is to say, you yourself would need to be valuable just because you value things. Otherwise, the idea that you value things is incoherent. So that means that, all beings that value things must have some value, and there are like specific things that are necessary in order to be one of those things that values things. Things like life, for example.
And so why does a human life, right, which has value because it places value on other things, as I heard it correctly?
Yeah.
Why does like an animal life has less value than a human life if it also makes those decisions, search for food, take care of their kids, whatever, place value onto things. Why do they have less value than a human?
Yeah, because it's not like a rational reflector. It still has value because it's still, alive, can feel pain, has qualitative experience, etc. But
Yeah.
because like an animal can't stop and ask like, what should I do?
Sure.
And there's also, so you're required to value the sort of valuing that you do, which means that you're going to give like special privilege to things like human life. You're going to give special privilege to that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But animals still have
Okay.
value because they're still, alive, conscious, etc.
All right. And so, like, because you just said, I think correctly, like the person in the coma, right, has a little less value or exactly the same as like any other human being?
I think I'd probably value them slightly less, like a person in the coma. But they still have like they still have a lot of features that I value, things like, the brain structures, human life, etc.
And so you would say like a punishment for murdering them would be less than just a human that's alive.
Maybe.
And like not in a coma.
Maybe. I think so. I think that that's fine. Yeah.
It might depend on how likely they are to wake back up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Of
imagine
course.
There's a man in a coma. He will not wake up.
I mean, if they're fully
in
brain
whatever-
dead, then like
brain dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So somebody murders.
Yeah.
a
Like
person.
intuitively. Yeah. I think that like you know, it's a bad crime. Don't do that. You should be punished for that. I don't think you should be punished for that as severely as if you like, I don't know, like murder like a 20-year-old in cold blood. Like, yeah,
Right.
these to me, like one of these crimes seems worse than the other one. Yeah.
All right. So you're placing the value of the human right, like on its ability to make decisions.
Just on like the number of features necessary for valuing things that it has. Yeah.
So the less features it has to value things, the less value the human has.
Maybe. Yeah. So I mean possibly. Yeah. Although even like a severely like mentally restricted human is still going to have it's like a severely mentally restricted human is still going to have like lots and lots of um capacity to value such that I would still grant them like full consideration.
Okay, because like in my mind, I'm just like saying like who decides all this? You're saying like the logic you follow, but it's still like something not like very clear for me, where it's like it's either right or wrong. No, it's just like this logic that we're following that we just should follow because it's logic.
Yes,
It's
correct. Yeah, you should follow the
why should
logical
we follow
conclusion.
logic?
Yeah.
Denying it is contradictory. That's like the point.
Yeah.
Contradictory to the logic of like that you just explained.
Yes.
Okay.
You'll get
I'm not
yourself
quite
into
sure I'm there
a
yet,
spot
but-
where you have to believe both A and not A.
Okay. Okay.
And at that point, anything goes. Like you just
Yeah.
don't form coherent beliefs or thoughts about anything ever. So,
But you would say that on the basis of human history, we have a problem with placing value on humans, right? We're talking about slavery. We're talking about women's rights. We're talking about the past 90% of human history. We have a problem with placing value on humans,
which
often
religion has not
generally
helped.
and often-
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a pointed thing for you to bring up. Insofar as God, Paul says that you should like value women's opinions less. God says that you can own slaves. It just seems like, no matter like what critique you have of atheism, it seems like Christianity is always going to be on a worse foot here.
Well, for the slavery thing, I mean, to be fair, there were like lawyers were slaves back then, correct? If I'm not mistaken.
Who?
Huh?
Like lawyers.
Lawyers?
Yeah.
Huh? I think you're referring to ancient Rome, and
Yeah, like lawyers and like doctors
So-
and everybody.
in ancient Rome, they had different tiers of slavery, and some of them could get trained to have some sort of profession. A lawyer probably wasn't one of them, though. But nevertheless, yeah, I mean, they could. But I don't know if this has anything to do with the Bible. The Bible slavery is when you are owned as property, and they can sell you when you have children. Your children are property, and they can beat you if you don't obey, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay.
You could be inherited by their children.
Yeah, I'm not really I'm not an expert on the field, but one question I have for you guys, right? Because this is we're talking a bit like, what would you say you guys what do you guys follow, and what is the evidence for it that is the truth, that it's leading you to the truth, right? So I believe it's the Christian God of the Bible. What would you guys say is the one thing that you're following, whether it be science, whether it be money, whether it be women, and why that is the path of truth, and that gets you to where you want to be in life?
Well, I don't know. I think that there's like a couple of things. Like I think, I am pretty directly at truth, and then there's like different facets are going to have like different methods to arrive at the truth there. So, for example, the way that we arrive at like mathematical truths is very different from the way that we arrive at like economic truths, which is very different from the way that we arrive at like truths related to, whether or not I should give the person in front of me money, or whether or not this is going to like enable them, or like et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, if you're talking about like truths about the natural world and how it works, I mean, yeah, that's a scientific method. That's I think the best method for determining what is true about the world itself. But yeah, as Ian was saying, there's other kinds of truths that you could also explore.
No, more like personally what you follow, what order you follow, whether you do something or not, moral wise, for example, right? Whether to hit this person or not hit this person, whether to do this action, defraud this person or not defraud this person, why you should do it or why not. Like, what is the order you follow? Like, where do you get this information from, or just get it
Um,
from yourself? You just think about it and then you just go ahead and do it.
Well, you like rationally reflect on it. You acknowledge that everyone has a right to freedom and well-being, that you're required to value like various things like, human life, human like minds, et cetera, et cetera.
But
That
there's like a little detail. Like, why would someone who has value, who places value on other things, which I pretty much agree with, why would they have the right to obtain and keep that value?
I'm not sure what that question's asking.
Why do they have you assume they have the right? Why do they have the right?
The right to do what?
To keep to protect that value that we have.
Right to
because we
freedom and
place
well-being, you
value on
mean?
other things.
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, if I understand the question correctly, the reason why they have like the right to maintain the value is because the denial of this would be self-defeating insofar as like, okay, let's say that you wanted to deprive somebody else of their valuable things. Well, that's like obviously self-defeating because if you deny that agents have the right to be in possession of valuable things, then somebody is just going to like even if you take away somebody else's valuable thing,
Yeah.
somebody's just going to go take it from you. So at that point, like there's just like an immediate contradiction. You'd both have to will that people have the right to have these valuable things because you want them. You want to take this from that person, but then also deny that people have that right because that would be what's required in virtue of you taking it from someone else. Like you're denying that they have a right to maintain it.
So the reason I should not do that is because I don't want people to do it to me.
Not really. It's
Oh.
it's a bit more pointed than that. It's not just that like, well, you need to do it because you don't want them. You wouldn't like it if somebody treated you that way. That's not really the standard. The standard is that there's like a contradiction in the things that you're willing. That when you take the action to steal something from another person, you've committed yourself to saying that agents don't have rights to, or don't have a right to hold on to things that are valuable. But then you hold on to that thing that's valuable. So you must say that agents have the right to hold on to things that are valuable. So there's just
Well,
like a
what if you
direct
say some
contradiction.
agents have it and some don't?
So at that point, it would come down to what specific criteria you're positing as like accounting for that. And then we can remove those relevant factors and then show that actually the argument still holds. So that
okay,
can't
what would
possibly be what
what
it
would you
is. It
say?
needs to be just agency as being like the sufficient factor.
So if I would say, this world, it's survival of the fittest. This is my mindset. Me, that matters. Anybody else can go suck it, whatever.
Yeah.
And I take that process, right? What would you say is the illogic thing that I'm following? Because I'm saying, no, I'm superior to other agents or humans or
Yeah.
whatever you want to
So,
call it.
so the reason why that one's going to be self-defeating, or the reason why not self-defeating, but that one just doesn't hold, is because even if one day you woke up and you were like super frail and weak, the argument would still work exactly the same, which means that being strong can't possibly be the factor there because it has no bearing on the argument. The argument goes through whether you're strong or not.
What do you mean by strong?
In the sense that you're talking about with like survival of the fittest.
Okay, so okay, but like, what if I just believe I'm superior? Like, I'm just better than other people. Like, I
Yeah,
deserve
on the
everything.
basis of what?
Nothing.
Oh, sure, then that's an irrational belief.
Sure.
You're
no,
saying that you
I
have this property
I
that's
agree.
grounded in nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so if it's an irrational belief, then the belief system is false.
Or let's say, sorry. Let's say it's because you just don't you don't have a feeling of caring for other people. You don't believe they matter. But you
The
matter.
whole point, maybe I can phrase it a little bit differently,
Mhm.
is that in order for you to like say, oh, I'm justified in taking actions, you
Yes.
have to say that the reason why I'm allowed to take actions is because I'm an agent. And if
Why-
that's
why-
sufficient for
what do you mean by
you, then
agent?
that
Just
has to be
human,
sufficient
right?
for everybody else, all other agents.
But like agents, you just mean humans, or what do you mean?
Just like people who take actions to achieve goals. So, for example, if Jabba the Hutt came down, Jabba the Hutt would be an agent.
Right. Okay. So you would need a reason to do
But
do
basically, any coherent reason why you
Mhm.
think that you should take an action can also be applied to other agents.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what if someone is just vengeful, hateful, revengeful?
then they would deny other people of the same right that they are claiming for themselves, which is a contradiction.
Yeah. But it would still happen.
Yeah, but
Wait,
it's a
so-
contradiction. That's
yeah,
the
yeah.
point.
So ethics concerns itself with establishing the reasons that people have for action. Ethics is making a normative claim. It's not making like a descriptive claim. The claim of ethics is not people will act in a line with these reasons. Very often people don't act in line with whatever the ethical reasons are. And what ethics says to them is that these people are acting unethically. When you fail to act
Yeah.
in accordance with the ethical reasons, you act unethically. So ethics as like a field, it doesn't concern itself with like, okay, reasons that everyone has, or so it doesn't concern itself with like the actions that people are actually going to take, only the reasons that people have to take actions.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. But then, like, so you would say for someone to follow that, you know, that reason, whatever, you know, you have a kid and the kid wants to steal something, you're gonna say you should not do it because of the logic that of ethics.
Well,
Yes.
well, you should want to be logical, right?
What if you don't want to though?
Then your beliefs are false.
Yeah.
No.
So then
I
your
agree,
ethical
but
views are false.
I agree, but what does it matter then? Like
It doesn't really make sense to deny the concept of logic altogether, because then you're denying your own thoughts.
No, I'm not saying like you accept it's illogical. You know, I treat other people bad, but I want them to treat me good, and this type of stuff, right? I completely.
But
agree
but
it's
if you
illogical.
admit that it's illogical, then you admit
Yeah.
that you don't have a reason to do that.
Well, you could say you live in something in an illogical belief.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that would be correct.
Yes, then your ethical beliefs are false. So then
Yeah,
it turns out like
So
the
if
true ethical
somebody
beliefs
does that-
are mine.
Sure.
I mean,
But if
maybe
somebody does
you're
that-
looking for some kind of like punitive motivation, like if you don't do this, then something bad will happen to you. But that's not really
I'm
what
just
the
thinking,
argument
like-
is trying to do.
Yeah.
It's just
Like,
trying to
for-
show that you have a reason
Yeah.
to,
Yeah,
and
that's
that
more of, like-
reason exists without God.
So
Yeah,
you tell a kid
that's
you
more of
shouldn't
like
do
a
something
political
because of
thing,
logic.
like trying to figure out like how best to structure society such that people will act on the ethical thing most often. That's more of like a political project than it is like an ethical one.
But you're following the assumption, you're having the assumption that we should follow and act accordingly to logic, like that our behavior
Yeah.
that we do in
Yeah.
our life should be logical.
That's just what reason means, right? Reason
Yeah,
to,
but
to
what-
say you
like,
have a
what if
reason
you-
for something
but
means
what
that there
if-
is a
what if you have
logical
a-
motivation for it.
But like what? So on what is the basis that you're assuming that we should follow something logical?
Well, logic is inescapable. You can't deny logic because to deny logic presupposes it.
Agree? No, I completely agree. I'm more saying like why should I care about it?
You already do care about it. You're already committed to it. Everyone is committed to the logical belief structures.
Hmm.
I'm not even sure, like, okay, the question, why should I be rational, is asking, like, what reason do I have to be reasons responsive? If you're not reasons responsive, then the question itself is just incoherent.
Hmm. Okay, I see. But like, do you still see that there is a big problem with explaining this to like a child?
I don't, like, in that they might not understand it.
Yeah, sure.
That could be the case that the child doesn't understand it, but I don't base like my philosophical views off of like whether or
No.
not the child will grasp it.
No, that's right. No, that's good. I'm just thinking like how I would say this to like a child. You know, you should just follow the logic because we're logical beings, and that's just what we should do.
Mhm.
Right? But that's not like why would you follow that logic? Why not just be illogical and just do whatever you want, whether it's illogical or not? You know, who
Then
Well,
you
yeah.
don't have a reason for that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, this goes back to asking like, it's like the question like, well, what reason do I have to be reasons responsive? Where it's like, okay,
Mm.
it's incoherent to ask for a reason if you're not
Mhm.
responsive towards reasons.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. Do you guys have like another topic, or if you guys want to move on, that's fine.
There are quite a few things that I find incoherent about Christian ethics.
Sure.
So there are like a couple of them, but here's to me the most compelling story, like the least defensible one. It's the 1 Samuel 15:3 with the Amalekites. So in the book of Exodus, the Israelites are fleeing from Egypt, and the Amalekites rise up and attack them. And then the Israelites fight one battle against the Amalekites, and the Israelites stomp them. In the end, the Israelites win out, but that's not enough. God says, I'm going to crush the Amalekites. I'm going to blot them out from existence. Nobody will remember them. And then instead of punishing the people who are actually responsible for it, God waits 400 years and punishes their great, 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 great grandchildren. And he says, go kill the men, the women, the children, the infants. Don't let anything live. But also it says that God's a just God. So God gives this punishment. It's a just punishment. And it includes like giving the death penalty to newborns.
Sure.
So I guess my question is very simple. Do you think that a newborn infant might deserve the death penalty?
Of course not. Of course not. Whether the infant is born or not, they don't deserve the death penalty.
Yeah. So then God gives punishments that people don't deserve.
God does not give punishments that people don't deserve. No.
But God gave the death penalty to these infants.
Because they deserved it. Because God said so.
Okay, so then you do think that there are circumstances where infants deserve the death penalty?
Yeah.
Okay, and like surely that's unintuitive to you, right?
What do you mean?
Like there must be something inside of you that's like screaming out like no, no, no when you say that, right?
No, I get what you mean. I mean, it's a horrible sight to even think about people being slaughtered, especially infants, in that manner. It's a horrible, horrible thing to think
innocent, specifically the innocent infants, not the ones that committed all those crimes.
Yeah, sure, but it's happening today. Over I don't know how many millions of abortions. But
does that mean it's good though?
Well, okay, wait. So first of all, I do think that there's like a relevant distinction between abortion and like the death penalty as a punishment, which is that like the abortion is not a punishment for the fetus. Like it's not like the people who are getting abortions are like, yeah, I want to give a punishment to my fetus. Like that's not what's going on there. Whereas God is saying explicitly, like, I want to give a punishment to these infants.
Yeah. No, I understand. No, in that case, I cannot say that God is just, right? The Christian God is a just God, and say that his punishment is unjust. That's a contradiction in itself, of course. So I would have to follow the logic and say that was a just punishment. Whether I cannot speak on why God exactly wanted that way, because some things are unanswered. I really could not tell you exactly why he would want that for those people and not for other people. But that's all I can say about that specifically. I cannot.
Okay, I obviously take that to be a reductio. That but yeah, I don't know. Justin, is there anything you wanted to talk to? You've been sidelined a bit.
Yeah, like why wouldn't God just close up the wombs and make it so that they don't reproduce? Why let the babies be born and then have to murder all the babies? Why the most barbaric route?
Yeah, well, the question you're asking is why would God allow that to happen? Because it's evil in your sight, right?
He didn't
not just allow, cause.
He demanded it.
Yeah, cause. Yeah, sure. Yeah, 100%. But in itself, let me think about it. What was the question again? Sorry. I'm just a bit.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm trying to figure out why God took the bloodiest, most brutal path towards ending them. He could have just made it so that they couldn't conceive, and then they would naturally die out from natural causes, and then boom, problem solved. Same thing he did with the Israelites when they had the 40 years wandering in the desert. He didn't do that. He said, actually, I need these babies and infants to be slaughtered by the sword, which is the most brutal fashion possible.
Yeah, it's a great question, but I think why didn't it's the same as asking why did God allow suffering?
It's not the same question
in the first place.
I don't. There's a very significant difference just between allowing it and being the direct cause of it.
Well, he caused creation, so
I said that's why I said direct.
Okay, but still, why didn't God just make a perfect world with no problems? That's the same.
That's not the point. Like, sure, maybe there's some reason that he allows for suffering to happen, But even in that case, you shouldn't be the one to actually like go in and be the direct cause of it. That, you know, if you didn't do anything, there would have been less suffering.
Well, if you're Israel and God is speaking to you through either Moses or, you know, whatever prophet, then yeah, you should do it 100%, of course.
So, like, if God spoke to you to sword a baby, you'd have to do it.
Well, that will contradict the law that Jesus fulfilled.
Which one? Which law does it contradict?
Let me just check something real quick. I don't know on the top of my head.
Mhm.
Let me just check.
If it does contradict, then that means the Bible is contradictory, because, you know, God
Well,
does
I
that.
know, like the commandments, right, of God to the Israelites were for
Mhm.
those specific people at that specific time, right? Not everything, of course. You have civil law. There are
Well,
many different areas.
that's not in the Bible. That division of the law is not
Sorry?
in the Bible.
Sorry?
That division of the law is not in the Bible. It doesn't divide it by civil and moral. That's something that Christians
So it says.
invented a long time after.
Oh, really? Okay,
Mm.
I'm not.
But like even then, like maybe God's ways are above you, and he just
Mhm.
you
Mhm.
interpreted the Bible one way, but then you receive a message directly from him the next day
Mhm.
saying, "Hey, you were reading the wrong message. I actually do want you to kill all these infants."
Yeah, no, I
Like
like what
I'm
if
just
God
making it
speaks to
very
me, right?
explicit for you. You should go to a hospital with a sword
Mhm.
and just
Yeah,
go start stabbing.
yeah.
Right,
Because
and
If he
you're
says
the idea is
that,
if the Holy
do you have
Spirit
any
talks to
reason to
me.
not obey him?
So you're saying if the Holy Spirit not like talks to me, right, and says, you know, go kill that person,
Mm-hmm.
then you know we should do it because we should follow God, right?
I'm
That's your
according to
argument.
you that
No,
I think that that would be a
yeah.
ridiculous thing to do, but
Yeah. Um.
I mean, if I heard a voice from above telling me to do that, I'd tell it to get bent. I mean,
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, I don't have like a clear-cut answer for you.
I think this is the
Because
problem
I'm
with
only,
divine
like
command
I only been
theory.
a Christian. Sorry.
I'm just saying this is the kind of the problem with divine command theory is once you accept it as a moral framework, there's no limit to the depraved actions that you could or would do for the God, because the God could basically ask you to do anything it wants to, and the God doesn't have any limits.
Hmm. Yeah. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't know that specifically. To
Yeah,
be
so
honest, I've only been a Christian for 6 months, guys. So
it's okay.
I'm not too much of a.
We're throwing a lot at you. There's a lot for a 6-month-old Christian or 6-month-old Christian. So
Yeah, no, I'm not an expert, but I'm just like just to go back a little bit on the idea that we should follow logic and that this has value, right? What you were talking about, Ian is your name, correct?
Yep.
So why should we place value on the logic that we inherently follow?
logic just is reason, right? You have a reason to do it. That's all that that's saying.
Yeah. Okay. But why should we then again
Are you saying why should we
when
do
the Spirit
things because of reasons?
Yeah. I mean,
Mhm.
it almost feels like the question is like self-answering. So when you ask like why should we, I take should to be something like the totality, like you have the totality of reasons to do this thing, and then you know what. So you're asking like why do we have a reason to follow reason?
Uh-huh.
Like what reason do we have to be responsive to the reasons? It's
It
like
seems like
it's like
you already want
self-answering.
reason.
In order to
I
ask
could
for a
want it.
reason,
Yeah.
then you know it seems like you've committed yourself to being responsive to the reasons.
Okay, but so now you're assuming also that we observe things from a rational mind, correct?
Not strictly.
Okay. So it doesn't necessarily have to, not necessarily from a rational mind. So an
Yeah,
irrational
sometimes
mind
humans.
can create logic.
So well, I don't know what we mean by create logic, but yeah, sometimes humans act irrationally, and when they do that, you know, they're not being reasons responsive. These are irrational actions, and
This is why we think
fundamentally,
really hard about things, right?
fundamentally, the project of ethics isn't about like philosophizing our way until everybody is like, I don't know, like somehow like forced to do actions, but rather it's trying to tell people what reasons they have to do what actions and then indict them with irrationality when they don't.
All right, so you're saying we should follow the logic and not contradict the logic because we inherently want to follow that logic on basis of the evidence that we very
Not
much do so.
quite.
Or
I
not
think
quite.
that the question like why should I be rational is incoherent because by asking the question you're already presupposing that you are rational.
You're looking for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And logic
So,
is just
yeah.
reasoning. Like that's just what logic is.
Mm-hmm.
The process of reasoning.
Yeah, but but in objective reality, it wouldn't make any difference whether I follow it or not.
No, it
What
does.
do you mean it wouldn't make? What do you mean it wouldn't make difference? Like are you talking about like the consequences of what happens to you, or? Because again, it really seems like you're trying to say that we would only have a reason to have these things if there's like a punishment waiting for us. Are you sort of? But that's not really what we're trying to get at here. The whole point is that it's just you have a reason in general.
Well, I'm more like thinking, as a human, like just placing my head. So if there is no God, right, and there's just this logic that we should follow, correct?
Yep.
Then I can just I ignore it. I don't care about it.
Sure, but then in virtue of doing that, you would commit yourself to the falsity of your beliefs. That's what logic is trying to demonstrate. Is just that or that's what ethics is trying to demonstrate. Is just that the people who engage in these irrational practices are wrong. Like there's a false thing that they're believing. That anyone who believes that it's acceptable to do that is wrong.
Okay, but yours, yeah, okay, sure, but so what? Like.
So what? So what if you're wrong? That's kind
That's
of where
like the whole point of what you were asking.
That's kind of where ethics ends, right? Like there's kind of no point in even having the discussion if you don't care that you're wrong.
I mean, maybe at that point you start getting into politics of like, okay, well, what do you do with the wrong people, right? Like, but you can also use logic to
like,
come up with a structure for that.
Sure, but like from my standpoint, I still cannot like fathom obeying this logic. Why should I obey the logic?
You're asking for a logical reason. That question itself is like asking for logic. So it seems like you already
because I am a logical being, I should follow
No, not even. It's just because you're asking for reasons. You've committed yourself to like being reasons responsive.
So because
it seems like you think that logic is like this separate thing other than just like reasons in general. But they're the same thing. Logic is just a formalized process of reasoning.
All right.
And so if you're asking, hey, should I have a reason for doing this? You're presupposing that you're logical. Because otherwise you wouldn't even be asking that question, right? You wouldn't be asking for a reason. You'd just do it.
No, yeah, sure. Yeah, you wouldn't even question it. You wouldn't question anything. You would just, just do it.
The instant you start questioning it and like trying to ration it out, you get into this argument.
Yeah. Okay.
You commit yourself.
But sure, but it's still for me. It doesn't answer the question whether I would just like not care about it and just do whatever I want whenever.
But well then you're wrong.
Yeah, that's not the point of ethics. Is to force you to do anything.
I would be in a fallacy. I would agree with you. That person would be doing something that doesn't make sense. It's illogical.
It's wrong.
Yeah, like you certainly have the capacity to not care about that, but you're wrong. That's what ethics seeks to prove.
And people who are rational should probably make sure that they don't end up harming other people, right? Like the responsibility now falls on the people who can reflect on their beliefs properly.
So how do we not know, like how do we not know that when we place value on other things, right? And therefore we are valuable, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. How do we not know that we're just creating that value?
That because we would need to, in virtue of us being valuers, we would need to deem ourselves as being valuable. Otherwise, we can't confer value on other things. I value, therefore I'm valuable.
Mm-hmm. But this is just in like you wouldn't say it is impossible that this is just something that happens in the human mind where we place value onto other things and therefore I'm valuable. This is just a human a perspective, a human idea. That's all it is. It's not something in reality.
Well, no, but that is in reality. So no, that is my stance. Is that what these things are is necessary commitments of being a thinking being who is rational. That in virtue of being a rational thinking being, you necessarily must commit yourself to these positions, whether or not there's like some sort of like external thing that this corresponds to is a separate question. Because what it's about is like understanding yourself as a rational agent. It's required in order to coherently be an agent. And if you don't care about coherently being an agent, then you're wrong because you are an agent. You know, at that point, you're just out of line with the objective reality that you are an agent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. But so yeah, I have some trouble just grasping the idea of that we should just follow it because we're just rational and that's just how it is, right?
But you should follow it because you have a reason to.
And the reason is because we are rational.
No, the reason to follow this ethics is because all of the other worldviews are self-defeating.
Okay, so I agree with you in accordance that we should follow things that make sense that are not self-contradictory, right? That are
Yeah,
not
you should follow it because it's true.
obviously, no, obviously, but like what would be like the proof that we
Here,
have
I have a better, maybe a way of reframing this. So I believe that the Earth is not flat, right? That the Earth is a globe, right?
I hope so.
Yeah. Yes. I do. That's a different debate. But I have reasons to think that the Earth is a globe, right? If somebody has reasons to think that the Earth is a globe, but still believe that the Earth is flat, that's wrong, right?
Yep.
But so therefore, we should believe that the Earth is a globe because we have reasons to.
Yeah.
It's essentially the same argument.
But what if somebody like apparently has reasons to believe the Earth is flat, and in their
Then
mind,
they would be
these reasons
wrong.
are-
Sure,
I
they
agree,
can
but like,
they could do that, but then they would be committing themselves to like a contradiction somehow, you know?
but the reasons they believe in the reasons that they're following, like they think they're true.
But they're not. Like if you just think enough about them, you'll
No,
find
no, okay,
out
but
that they're wrong.
let's just do like a topic which hasn't been searched out like the Earth, which is of course round,
Mhm.
and somebody has reason to believe it, whether it be through a revelation by God, whether it be scientific methods, whatever the reason may be. Because of this reason, the person believes it, right?
Yeah.
But the reason could still be wrong.
Well, no, my point is that like if you have reasons to think that the Earth is round and you still believe that the Earth is flat, that's just a wrong way of thinking. That's
That seems
irrational.
impossible almost, yeah.
But that's the point that like with this argument, if you act amorally by the argument that Ian just explained, it leads you to that same sort of like impossible thinking.
No, I mean more in the sense that if I want to believe something, the belief is grounded in reasons I believe it, right?
Yeah, and I believe that like I should act in accordance to the freedom and well-being of others, and that belief is grounded in the logic that Ian just explained.
Exactly.
It's very similar to like I believe that the Earth is a globe because I've seen evidence that it's a globe.
Yeah.
Therefore,
So
it just
so
follows.
You guys would agree with the idea that like with the survival of the fittest idea.
But if we go down that route, you lead to a contradiction. That's the point. And it's self-defeating. It would be like believing that the Earth was flat, even if you had evidence that it was round.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, it's an interesting take. I just like I couldn't fathom like people just obeying this because because we should follow this logic.
Ooh,
Well,
that's
again,
like that's a descriptive difference, right? So we're not claiming like descriptively everyone's going to do the rational thing. We're
No,
claiming
of course.
normatively everyone should.
Mm.
Ethics
like
tells
saying
you
you
what you
should
should
believe.
do
Yeah.
because
Mhm.
yeah, it's I explained the distinction earlier. So ethics is about the categorical imperative, which is like
Mhm.
you're essentially the project of ethics is to identify the thing that everybody should do regardless of who they are or what their goals are.
Mhm. Mhm.
As soon as ethics has identified the categorical imperative, the job of
Mhm.
ethics is done. It's just in a different domain at that
Okay.
point.
And so once again, what was your evidence that the person, the being that places value onto things has to have value? What was the evidence
Yeah,
for that?
because in order for in order to confer value onto something, you need to be passing value along from yourself, which means that you yourself would just need to be valuable.
Intrinsic, right? So
Yeah.
in objective reality.
Yeah.
But valuable to who?
Just valuable simplicator.
What does simplicator mean?
Simplicator means without like respect to any like specific person that valuers must be valuable in order to confer value onto other things. Otherwise, the idea that so if A confers value onto B, then that value
Yeah.
derives from A, meaning that A just is valuable.
Okay, so in theory, if there was like one animal left, like no other animals, it would totally lose its value.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that follows. Oh,
Like,
also
because
okay.
there are no other.
I mean, it would certainly be valuable to itself still.
No, but you're saying like because others like have the value, right? That you also have the value.
No, because you have the value, others have the value. I think it's flipped.
Hmm. Oh, okay, like that. Okay, so you would still have the value even if there are no others.
Yeah.
Like that, what you're saying.
Yeah.
But then who's the value to if there are no others? Like to you.
It's value simplicator. It's not value to a person or to that person, right? It's not relativized. It's just claiming like you are valuable.
Yeah, but I'm still like, to who are you valuable? It's always.
I'm telling you that that's like a malformed question. I'm saying that that's not the sort of framing that I would accept.
I feel like this debate's going in little circles a bit.
Of relative, yeah. But hey, Luca, listen, you've been interesting to talk to. I think the conversation's been beneficial, but we do have, I think, two other people waiting to get in. I'd like to grab them if we can. But
Don't worry about it.
you provided some good questions and some good conversation, and we really appreciate that.
I thank you guys for your time. God bless you guys.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun discoursing with you. Thanks so much for coming by.
Cheers.
All right, guys. Have a great day. Have a great evening.
Yeah,
that was actually a really in-depth discussion on that particular ethical theory. I've not seen you go that deep yet, and that was good. I don't know if everyone else liked it, but
yeah, I was kind of doing a bit of mixing and matching between ethical views. That wasn't like strictly the Gorth stuff. I actually dipped into like pretty like straight Kantian stuff when he was asking me about like intrinsic value. I know Kant has like an intrinsic value argument. Basically the one that I gave, which is that, in order to confer value on something, you yourself would need to be valuable yourself. That's like kind of roughly what Kant's argument is, actually.
Let's check it out.
I've been distracted by our own little personal chat, and somebody seems to be receiving prophecies from. I don't know if either of you have seen this.
Oh,
Wesley. Yeah,
in Video
it's
Ninja?
wild.
So I was.
I wish we got brought this guy in.
I know.
God
I actually
damn
already
it.
knew who Wesley was, and I was hoping he'd still be around when we finished this one, but he left. But Key
There's
is
some
here.
wild stuff that he was saying.
Yeah, let's bring in Key. Welcome back, Key.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
All right. So I do have two things that I was wanting to talk about off the bat, and the first is that I do kind of want to talk about the claim in general of like why exactly like what exactly is it that makes you say like I believe that it isn't real, period, instead of saying like or having the openness to say like like, or basically, I guess I'm asking that. Like, are you saying like I just really truly know that it doesn't exist, or are you saying I really don't know, but I'm leaning towards the other side? And then also, I'll say that I already kind of went over my basis for basically the fine tuning argument. But another thing that a lot of people don't talk about that I was hoping to talk about is that one of the things that makes me believe in it is the opposition to it, which I can get into that a little bit more. But
Right.
um,
Are you saying that you believe Christianity more just because some people oppose it?
well, I'm saying is that to be fair to your point is that yes, there are absolutely people who are in the church who are just like plain not representing the Bible for what it is. And then I would have to say, like, why are you doing that? But then you go on the other side, and there are also people on the other side who are just plain putting things in there. Like, I'll give people that there are things in the Bible that are weird, but then there are people who are just putting things in there that are not in there. And then so I have to say, like, why would people on both sides be purposely misrepresenting it? Which is something that does make me lean towards, like, is there something in this book that is particularly true? Because why is everybody trying so hard to misrepresent it? Like, if the
I
Bible
mean,
was just
wouldn't we just say the
that
same about the Quran and Islam? Like seemed like a universal idea.
I mean, to be fair, you could say that too. But I'm not, versed in that particular book as and then my thing actually with Islam particularly is that when I looked up Islam, Islam is actually the foundation of Islam is some Christian values. So that's what made me focus more on
Uh,
Christianity because if you say that you based Islam off of a lot of the Christian foundation, that's why I chose to focus more on the Christian foundation.
I don't think they did. They don't even think Jesus got crucified.
But when I looked up like literal Muhammad, the founder,
Mhm.
he basically kind of like used he kind of like yeah, like he used a lot of Christian values for his foundation.
Like
And
what?
even when you consider the story, like it's from the same people. It's basically Ishmael who is
That's the
one of
Old
the children
Testament.
of
That's before Jesus. That's Abraham's son.
yeah, it is
And
before
again,
Jesus.
like you
I'm
could
saying
say that
like
Christianity's based on, Judaism.
Right.
So,
I
So
and
mean
I'm
I,
sure you could even go
they're
back
all
from
three
that
of them
too.
are coming from the same book. Like they're all connected in terms of like they come from the same land and
I mean, they're
it's
Abrahamic.
yeah, well, yeah, but that's just a particular reason why I chose to focus in on Christianity because again, when I was researching it, it was again, this wasn't me saying that.
But Christianity's like
It
in
was
the
the
middle of
information
that
was
chain,
saying that.
though.
What was that?
Christianity's like in the middle of the chain. It's not at the beginning.
I mean, like if you look at some of the non-biblical canon, you could kind of argue that there are things that were talked about early in the beginning before all of that stuff.
like what?
Which I don't know if people go into the non-biblical canon, but
Like what?
like even the idea that if you look at the book of Adam and Eve, like God already kind of suggested that there would be a being that would have to come and make up for the sin that you created in the garden. So he kind of already alluded to Jesus
The Book of Adam and
back when Adam
Eve.
and Eve were there. What was that?
Why would anyone read that one?
What do you mean? Why would anybody read it?
Do you know who wrote it?
No, but do you secondly know who wrote any of the books?
Well, I mean, Christians think they do. For
It's
example, they
because
would
it's
say that
information.
they would say that Paul wrote the Pauline epistles. They would say that at least Mark wrote Mark, perhaps. But I'm trying to figure out why the Adam and Eve book is relevant. This was done 500 years after Jesus died.
Because if you say like because again, I was not a person who was raised in the church. So if you say like I'm looking for information about God, then it's a book that has the same characters and it has the
No,
same God in it.
but it was written 500 years after Jesus, which explains why there's a Jesus character in there. It was obviously written by some sort of Jewish Christian sect or just a Christian sect altogether.
Well, I see what you're saying there, but I also think that it's not fair to not look at the information. I still think that you should read it. Like, I don't think that if you're going to say I oppose it or if I do want to believe it, to just ignore. Like, if you're interested in the subject, why would you ignore a particular book that's talking about the same thing
I
that
didn't I
you're
didn't tell you not to
interested
read
in?
it.
No, I mean, if you said, like, why would somebody read the book? That's why I read the book.
Oh, I mean, sure. I mean, listen, if you find it interesting, you're more than welcome to read it. Now, what I'm trying to figure out is why anyone would pick the Christian God. And you kind of, I think what you're trying to say is like you looked at the other religions and they were, they weren't convincing. Somehow Christianity is convincing to you. Is that kind of a summary?
Yeah, like I'll say, like I said, is that I was a person who did not like I had some of those same situations happen to me where like I said, I wasn't raised in the church, but sometimes when I went to church with other people, I would have the same instance where, people didn't let me ask questions, or there were things in there that I didn't understand. But then when you read it and then you start to see that some of the answers to those questions are just in the book. So it's
Hmm.
kind of like why won't people just represent the book the way that it is? Like what incentive do people have to keep on
Well,
misrepresenting the information?
I think it's a long tradition because I think the New Testament completely misrepresents the Old Testament. So I think Christians come by it honestly.
Because honestly, like I actually have contention myself now with the term Christian because like I said, there are a lot of people who claim to be Christian or are pastors or blah blah blah, but you're not. Like when you read the book, it's like you're doing stuff and saying things that are not even in the book. So that
Mhm.
doesn't particularly make sense. But when you consider that kind of what I was getting into before, like if you consider like, well, why would somebody want to do that? And it's because if you totally negate the idea of God as power and authority, like yes, people are going to do other things, but then there are going to be people who are going to say, well, then I have to concede to other human beings power and authority because
I
there's
have
nothing else.
I have no idea what
And
you're
there are a
talking about
lot of
right
people
now.
who would have a reason to
I'm
want
completely
to
lost
use
here, Key.
anything to have power and
So
Just
authority
I
over
needed
you.
a yes or no about like 30 sentences ago. All I wanted to know is it accurate to say that you kind of thought that Christianity was the most convincing out of the other religions you look into?
It does have a lot of the answers. I would say
All right.
yes to the questions that people ask.
Okay, so my next question is I'm not too concerned about the answers. I am concerned about this particular question to you, which is what would be like something convincing about Christianity that would lead one to say, "Oh, that God, that's the one."
I mean, because if you look at it on an organic level and you say like, okay, there are things about biology that lead you to believe that there's something higher, and
uh,
then
Wait, what?
so you
you
were
learn
alluding
about.
to a fine tuning argument earlier, and I am kind of interested in how you go from fine tuning to the Christian God.
Well, that's what I was saying, is that it's something that you just encounter as a particular answer, and then you go deeper into it and you read the book, and then you start to see that, like I said, there are a lot of misrepresentation. Like when I read the
Is
book, I was
is
like,
there
I'm
biology
not
in the book?
really, yeah, and I'm not interested in the misrepresentations. I'm just interested in why we should think that that is true, given what we observe in the world.
well, that's kind of what I'm saying, is that it leads you to the other thing, like organically. Like if you say that I have a belief that there is something higher than me, and then people are telling me there is this book that is offering the answer to what that thing is, you're going to look at it.
A lot of people claim to have answers. I'm asking, like, specifically, why this book?
I mean, because like I said, when you look at a lot of the other religions and you see that their foundations come from the things that are in this book, that's
But
what
what
made
if
me go
but
to
what if the
that
book's not
particular thing.
true?
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter that
But that's what
somebody
I
else
said, is
thought it
that
was
the
true. I said,
thing.
what if it's not true?
I mean, if it's not true, then I kind of already went through that. Is that you just have to consider that you're just here with a bunch of evil human beings. If the
Yeah.
book is not true,
Well, I don't think all human beings are evil.
yeah, but we know that there's a
And
lot of
like,
human beings that
regardless of
commit
whether or not
evil.
you like the conclusion, that's not necessarily a reason to deny it.
Right.
No, but I'm telling you that when I read the book and you consider what it's saying, it does make sense.
Well, I got a passage for you because there's a couple confusing ones in the Bible, and maybe, I don't know, you could probably shed some light on this one at least. I'm going to go to Hosea 13:16. And God says, Samaria shall bear her guilt because she has rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword, their little ones dashed to pieces, and their pregnant women ripped open. What's going on there?
Which was it? 13, Hosea 13, what?
13:16.
13, 16.
Mm-hmm.
13, 13, 14. Samaria must be punished for rebelling against me, or people will die in war. They leave that to the ground. Yeah, like I can concede that's one of the things, like I said, because I wasn't a person who grew up in the church, I can concede that, like I said, there are some things in the Bible that, again, it does look weird. But one thing that I can say that the Bible also kind of alludes to is the fact that there are evil people on the earth who are doing evil things. So when he says that I'm going to get rid of you, it's saying that I'm trying to get rid of the people who are evil.
Why would I think that that's true, though?
Yeah, he thinks the babies are.
I mean, because there are people here doing evil. Like there are people who are doing evil on a scale that a lot of people are like, that's
Sure,
even above
it doesn't take divine knowledge to know that there are evil people. So why do I think that this God is true? I could write my own book and just say, hey, a bunch of people are evil.
It doesn't, but again, it's one of those things. Like I said, it's just offering the explanation. And
For what?
if you again stay in the biblical world and you talk about the question of evil, it's literally saying like that there are human beings who are here that God created, and there are also, it basically says that the devil put like evil people in the mix with the regular people, and it's
I
kind of
know that's the
alluding to the fact that there
claim.
are, yeah, it is
That's
a claim.
Yeah, that's the claim, but like we're asking for the reason why we think that claim is true.
Well, that's actually what I was talking about with the claim in the first place, is that I can agree that I don't think that anybody is going to be able to it's going to be able to give you the burden of proof, which is, hey, here's God right here. So basically what you're saying is like I'm basically giving you like what makes me lean towards one side. But I'm not saying that I can give you
That's fine.
proof.
That would also be a reason. Like I'm not asking for 100% definitive, absolutely zero room for doubt. I'm just asking for enough of a reason to make me lean towards this over the alternative. And I haven't seen
And
that
that's
yet.
what I'm saying, is that it's offering you those reasons that when you compare it
It's
to real
offering
life
me
and what's going on.
claims, but not reasons. That's the difference.
I mean, it is a claim. It is. It's
Yeah,
offering
but
you
I'm looking for like evidence, for example.
But that's the thing, is that you have to take the Bible for what it is. Even the Bible says, I'm asking you to believe in things that you cannot see. So
Why
when
would we
people
do
say
that?
So
like,
why would I
I don't
believe
want to
that?
believe it, you don't have to.
But
Well, it's not that I don't want to. It's just why would I?
Because
It,
again, it's
it,
like that's
it
what
seems
it's
like it's
saying, is
just
that if
making
you don't
claims
want to,
without
you don't have to.
justification. It seems like somebody just made it up. Like
that actually does seem to be the case. Yeah. Like I'm trying to figure out why the Bible says that Jesus was from the line of David, but it turned out he doesn't have blood relation to David at all. Like it just lied on itself.
He doesn't he have blood relation through, isn't Ruth isn't Mary Mary is from the line of David.
Nope, she's a Levite, according to Luke.
But isn't Ruth her grandmother?
Nope, we don't have her lineage at all. The only thing we're told is that she's a Levite in Luke chapter 1.
Well, it was my understanding that Jesus's ancestor from the Davidic line is Ruth.
But
That
that
was my
doesn't go.
understanding of it.
But that doesn't go to Mary, and Ruth is actually prior to David. But that's not relevant. What's relevant is that both of the lineages in Matthew 1 and Luke chapter 3 go to Joseph, who wasn't the daddy of Jesus.
I'm pretty sure I saw that Mary is through the Davidic line, but I can't
I can show you.
I'm not able to say specifically.
Well, it's not. It won't take very long to look at it. We can go to Luke 3 and Matthew 1, and it'll say things that I just told you basically. But in Luke 3:23, that's a snippet about the beginning of lineage. It says Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, son of Heli. So this lineage goes back through Joseph. Joseph, the son of Heli. Heli, the son of so-and-so. So right off the rip, I mean, Luke 3 is obviously about Joseph, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you go to Matthew, Matthew does basically the same thing. And he says, Mathan, the father of Jacob, and Jacob the father of Joseph, Joseph the husband of Mary. So this lineage goes to Joseph.
But who are Mary's descendants?
We're not told. The only thing we're told is in Luke chapter 1 that her cousin Elizabeth was of the daughters of Aaron, which means she's from Aaron's tribe. And that means that Mary's from Aaron's tribe too, if they're cousins.
All right, well, because I can't remember, I did look at a documentary that literally went through Mary's descendants and how she's connected. But I'm not
And
able to repeat it, so I
ancestors?
can't go into that.
They're
her
not in the
ancestors.
Bible. They're not given
But
in the Bible.
it might, some things are in non-biblical canon. Like some things that are not in the Bible are literally spoken about in non-biblical canon, and there are people who were using that to get
Do you
that
know what
information.
Do you know what the Immaculate Conception is?
Yeah.
Oh wait, you're not Catholic. Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm not Catholic, but I do know what it is.
Yeah, okay. I forgot that you're not Catholic, so it's not relevant. Okay, so the reality is the Bible doesn't give you a genealogy of Mary, and patrilineal lineage can't go through Mary anyways. Your tribal descent is always going to go through your father. Your mother's irrelevant. Your mother can tell you if you're a Jew, like if you're born to a Hebrew woman or a Jewish woman, you're a Jew. But your tribal allotment, like if you're from the tribe of Judah, like David, always comes through the father. So it really doesn't matter what happened to Mary. The tribal allotment, if he's going to be the Lion of Judah, has to come from Joseph. And also, again, I don't know, whatever this genealogy of Mary is, I've never seen it.
Well, that's why I went to Mary, because Joseph, again, if you do go with the Immaculate Conception where Joseph did not actually sleep with Mary,
Well,
that's
that's a
why
little
there are
bit
people who are
that
going through Mary's
conception's
lineage.
different than the Immaculate Conception, but we don't have to worry about that right now.
Go
So the problem that we have here is like there's no lineage in the Bible for Mary, so I'm not sure where we're getting it from.
Well, like I said, I can't. It was literally a documentary I was watching, but because I actually do have it written, but because I don't have it right here, I can't go into it. But I really believe that they were using non-biblical canon, and that's why it wasn't something that was in the main 66 books.
But why? Why would I care what some books said? Isn't the Bible authoritative?
Well, because like I said, if you go organically as to like why did you even read the Bible, is because if you again, like if you say like I have a reason to believe that there is something above humans, and this book is offering me an explanation, and then
The
you read the
point,
book,
though,
and then you
the point though is that this book seems to be full of like a lot of different contradictions, and sure, it has some true things, but that's exactly what we would expect for a book that somebody made up. It would have some contradictions, some true things. Seems just like any other work of fiction, honestly, to me.
Right, yeah. Precisely.
and again, like I understand when you say that, like, oh, the Bible was written by human beings and it has contradictions, but so does the alternative. Like when people say, "Oh, I don't believe in the Bible," and
So why would I believe in the Bible then?
Human beings could be contradiction. I mean, could be contradicting themselves in their
Is it
scientific
possible
research.
that none of
Because it's
these
human
holy books are
beings.
true?
Again, even the Bible says that I'm asking you to believe in things unseen. So if people say I don't want to believe in that, that's fine.
Right, but my
It
question
also
is,
tells you that most people are not
is
even
it
going to believe in it.
possible that none of these books are true?
I mean, again, if you're talking about because people can't give you that ultimate burden of proof, as in God is right here.
I didn't ask
Yes, you
that.
have the
But
you have the right
my
to say I
question
don't believe in it.
is it? I'm not asking about it. I'm saying, is it possible that none of these books are true? The Quran, the Bible, the Vedas, that none of them are actually real.
Yes, you can say that it's possible. I mean,
Okay,
yes, you can say that.
that's my point here, right? You're saying, well, these other books, yada yada yada, they're not real. Well, but then you look at the Bible and you're like, oh, well, this thing has contradictions too. It seems like if you're going to throw the Quran out, you should just throw the Bible out with it. They're both full of contradictions, failed prophecies, and bad history.
But my thing is that I'm not again, like if you say like, oh, human beings wrote it and it could possibly have contradictions, that doesn't mean that the being that they're speaking about has contradictions. It means that the humans who wrote it are being contradictory.
But
just like you could say,
why would we trust a book that was written by humans that's full of lies and contradictions about something as important as a god?
But you could also say that about scientific research. A human being wrote it, and why should I? You could say
No,
the same thing.
the whole point of science is that it corrects itself. Like the only thing that has ever proven science wrong is better science.
Mm-hmm.
But you also have to consider that there are
If religion
research.
is wrong, it's forever wrong.
There are research studies that had to be redacted because somebody fudged
Yeah,
the
but
numbers. Like you could
sure.
do the same
Again,
thing
the
with
only
that.
thing that has ever proven science wrong is better science. That's my
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, like when someone
But if you're going to
fudges the
say,
numbers and gets exposed for fudging the numbers, you know, the way that these people are found out is not through like a religious book. It's through other scientists looking at their data and saying, "Wait a minute, you know, it's better science." Exactly what Quantinaut's saying.
but if you're going to say like, hey, you can't 100% go off the Bible because human beings wrote it, then I could say that for anything that human beings are doing, that I
But
could say
No.
I'm not sure
that's
if
not
that's
what I
true.
said though. I didn't say
Yeah.
because
I'm
humans
saying
wrote
that.
it. But
I'm saying
We
that.
have
though.
you're
more
supposed to
reason
Well,
be
people
to
do say
follow.
that.
you should be responding what we say, not what you want us to say.
My
Well,
whole point is
people
that we
are.
have more reason to follow science than we do a book that was like written in what, the Bronze Age?
I mean, some of it may be at best. Or
It's
late Iron
still.
Age.
I mean, technically, you can't simply say that I'm not going to agree with it because of how old it is. It still
You
has
didn't.
historical value.
No, that wasn't my point. My point is that I just have more reason to follow science just because there's a lot more evidence for it, right?
And again, like I said, that's one of the reasons why I agree with the things that it's saying is because it is offering you something realistic. It is literally saying if you
What's it offering
can't
you?
believe in things that you don't see, then that's
Is
fine.
it though?
It didn't say that.
Is it though?
Yes.
No, because if
It
you
says like the
It
Earth
does.
was
It says
created
that
before the sun, doesn't
no,
it? Like
the New
that seems
Testament
nonsensical.
says if you don't believe it, you go to hell.
But you
It
know,
doesn't say-
but it also says that you have a choice. It says that
No,
everybody's
you
not
don't.
going to go through the narrow gate.
No, you don't have a
It
choice.
literally says most people are not
If your
even going
choice
to be able
is
to be a
is
believer.
love me or burn, then you don't have a choice. You've got a gun to your head.
Well, the book of Enoch describes the second death as just a separation from God. It doesn't say you're going to be burning for eternity.
Well, the Bible doesn't. The Bible says you burn him.
Well, again, like I said, I also look into non-biblical because the book of Enoch is considered
so is
Doesn't the
non-biblical.
Book of Enoch have like wizard battles in it or something?
Not
I
that
mean,
one.
it has some things.
Oh,
It
okay.
has some things in
I'm
it that
getting
are
it mixed
similar
up.
to Revelation. Yeah.
So
has
you
things that are in it
understand
that are similar
that
to
a threat
Revelation.
is not a choice, right?
I mean, if you say like I rejected God and then my punishment is to be away from you, if you don't care about him anyway, is that really a punishment?
I didn't say that. I don't believe in your God. Why would I say I don't want to be with you when I don't believe in it?
Because that's what it's saying. It's saying if you just reject me, you're just not going to be with me.
That's not how that works at all. I didn't reject him. I don't believe in him. I don't think it
Yeah, so
exists.
you said I don't believe in him, which is a rejection of a
No,
being
it's
that
not.
if you say he
No.
is real.
Nope.
No, a
If you're
rejection would
going
be like
off
I
of
believe in you, but I don't want to follow you.
There you go.
That's different than saying I don't believe in you.
You
Yeah,
can't
maybe-
reject
maybe
something
I
that
can
doesn't
give you-
exist.
Yeah, maybe
But
I
you
can
have
give
to
you an
consider
example. You know,
everything
let's
together.
say, wait, I want you to imagine. Let's say I'm in like a parking structure, and I've chosen this like one car that I'm looking at, and as soon as the owner of this car comes and like opens up the car, I'm going to step out and like hack him to pieces with my chainsaw. Now keep in mind, he doesn't know any of this. I don't think that it would make sense to say that he chose to get hacked to death with his chainsaw because he like did the thing that, you know, I decided would be like sufficient for that to happen, right? It doesn't seem like that would seem like my choice, not really the person's choice.
It's again, you have to consider everything that it's saying. So if it's saying you're not going to see it, but if you can't believe in what you don't see and you say, okay, I'm not going to believe in it, then yes, you're just going to be separated from it.
Well, wait, would you say that you make the choice in the scenario that I gave? Do you think that the person who gets hacked to death with the chainsaw made the choice to get hacked to death with a chainsaw?
I mean, but you're not.
Did they choose it?
But I mean, that's because you could say like, why did you decide to hack somebody? Like, why are you doing that?
Well,
Like, that's kind
exactly.
of
Why is
like,
God sending us to hell? Yes, exactly. Right. Like in this situation, the person making the choice is the person who's like dealing out the consequence.
because it's saying that that it's not necessarily, it's just a separation from him. It's saying you didn't
Well,
want to
yeah.
be with me, so you're not with me.
Well, and I'm just saying, like, if
it's
you choose to open up your car door, then I'm gonna hack you to bits with a chainsaw. You know, that's
But that's
you
not a
choose to
real
get hacked to
choice,
death at that
though.
point.
I'm not
I see
choosing
what
to
you're
not be
saying.
with him. I just don't believe he exists, right?
Right.
Like, it would be one thing. Again, it would be one thing if I believed in him and then chose not to follow him, versus just not believing him at all. Those are two distinct things.
Now, what I'll say is that, again, like that's some things that people can't answer. Is that, do I know why he won't just come down here and all that kind of stuff? No, but it is asking you, like, you're not going to be able to see me. So if you can't decide from
Can
the
you
information that you got, then you're going to
can
be
you
separated.
acknowledge what I said though, that believing and choosing not to follow is different than just not believing?
Believing and choosing not to follow is different. Yeah, but it's all considered the same thing, unfortunately.
Not to me, it's not. That doesn't make sense.
Totally different.
But that's what I'm saying, is that if you keep the biblical world congruent to what it is, and in the biblical world there is a God and he has authority, whether like part of it is just radical acceptance.
That's true of every religious worldview. That's irrelevant.
I mean, I'm just saying, if you keep it congruent to what it says, there is the idea that God has authority over you. So if you don't do it, then you have to.
So he's
what if Odin has authority over me? Like,
yeah.
But if God does exist
why pick
as
Yahweh
creator,
over Odin?
I mean, that's, you could say, like, there's no real, like, well, I'll say
Praise
that
Odin.
even in the biblical. What was that?
I said praise Odin.
Well, even in the
praise dog, really.
the biblical world, there is an explanation for why there are those things, because it does say that there are other gods that people worship. It just says that I'm the God over all of those gods,
And other
that's
books,
why I said don't listen to them.
Yeah, and other books would say that the God of the Bible is one of those pansy gods.
That's true. They do.
Marduk
but I
fucked him
already
up.
said that that's why I particularly chose to go into the actual Bible and not those other things. Is that,
Have you?
I mean, it seems like, hey, you got the Bible and it says that this other religion is false, but then you got this other religion which says that the Bible is false. So if I don't believe in any to start with, why would I go to one over the other?
But again, if you consider that those major religions are all coming off of, like, literally the same
Not all
foundation.
of them. Not all of them.
I mean, some of the other ones don't even consider a god. Like, some of them are just a way of life, and some of them are explained through.
What if I wanted to worship like Shiva, for example?
You can do that, but it would just be considering that you chose to worship that and not the creator God, which is what the Bible.
So why would I choose, the Christian God over, Shiva?
I mean, I
They both say that they're the right answer, right? Like, they both give explanations for why the world is the way it is. They both make claims. They both say that the other one is wrong. So,
I mean, like I said, is that of course you can choose to believe whatever you want in life, but when you say, like, why did I go through that? Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you don't really get to choose what you believe. Like, you're convinced by something or you're not, but you can't choose to be convinced by something. Like, you can't choose to believe that you're literally on fire right now, can you?
I mean, and there is a certain sense where you can choose what you believe. But I guess that is a better word to say you're convinced by it. But you are allowed to choose your beliefs. You can say, I don't believe that.
You can say it, but it doesn't mean you don't believe it. Belief is a state of mind, not something that comes out of your mouth.
Yeah, can you believe that you're on fire right now? Could you, like, give us a demonstration of that?
I mean, I don't see why you can't choose your beliefs in terms of, like, which book I follow. And
because following is not the same as believing it. The same way you can't believe you're on fire right now.
But you follow it because you believe in it. Like, you look at the words and you say, like, I choose to believe in this.
And if you don't choose to believe in it, you follow it because you believe in it.
Again, like, can you demonstrate for us you choosing to believe that you're on fire right now?
You can't.
I mean, that's kind of messy because there are people who literally believe things that are not true. Like, literally.
Sure, but if it's a choice, then you should be able to choose to believe it right now.
Yeah.
I mean, there are people who who say literally, I believe.
I'm not asking
something,
if
but
there
it-
are
sorry,
people.
It's just,
I'm
it's just a
asking
yes or no question. Can
for
you
you.
choose right now to believe that you're on fire? Can you make that choice?
I mean, I don't believe that because I know I'm not.
Oh, so you can't choose.
So
Can
it's
you
not a
choose?
choice.
It's
But
the
that's
yes or no
also a
question.
fact.
Can you choose or no? Either you can or you can't. Which one is it?
I would actually say that that's a bad example because whether or not
It's a
you're on
great
fire is an
example.
actual fact. It's not
All right.
something like the belief in the Bible is something that, like I said, you don't have the proof of it.
Why
So
don't you have faith
you're
that you're on
choosing
fire? Like,
Yeah.
because that's a fact that I'm on fire. Like if I was on fire, I would like that's a fact.
and
That's
it would be a
factual
fact if
information.
God exists. Like,
Right.
But that's what I'm saying is that
what's the
reason
symmetry
that
breaker between the two?
because you don't have that irrefutable proof of God is right here, that's why we're saying it's a belief because it can't be you don't have that irrefutable proof right now. So you have to choose
I'm not
and
asking
look
for
at the text and
irrefutable,
say,
just any. Just any evidence that will lead me towards that conclusion.
I mean, I also was getting into that. Like I said, the opposition is something that makes me question
I don't
like
care
why would
about
people
the
particularly want this?
opposition. I don't
Yeah.
care
But you're
about that.
asking me
Hey,
why what's making me like you're
well,
asking me that question like what is making you lean towards that, and I'm saying that.
it's all right. Hey, Key, you're actually fun. You came on at the end of our live stream last week. You're a lot of fun to talk to. You came on towards the end of our live stream this week, and you're a lot of fun to talk to. But unfortunately, we're coming up on our time limit. Hey, come back next week and talk to us again. You're fun.
All right.
Sound good?
Alrighty.
All right, have a good
Yeah,
one.
thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks.
No problem.
Well,
I
one of
think
these
she's
days, I
fun.
would like to see a Christian choose to believe that they are on fire and just start screaming bloody murder.
That's my hope. That's my dream.
I want that to happen someday.
One day we might get it. You never know. We'll have to keep trying. You know. Knights who say knee. Thank you for the super chat. Says spent decades thinking with my and converted. Well, listen, that does happen. Decades is a long time though. I have some concerns, my friend. And missing Jot and Tittle, great name, says, would Job 14:11-12 squash an afterlife concept? Kind of. So Job doesn't necessarily appear to be the type of book like Ecclesiastes, like these wisdom literature that like has a firm belief in an afterlife. There's like this idea of Sheol, basically, like you're just going to go down to the pit, which is like everyone goes to. But the verse that you're referring to says, as waters fall from a lake and a river wastes away and dries up, so mortals lie down and do not rise again. And this is very similar to what David says in one of the Psalms, and then also in Ecclesiastes, where it says the dead know nothing. So there, in the period of the wisdom literature, which Job falls into, there was certainly this idea that there was no resurrection of the dead. And these were people who didn't have access to the prophets, because the prophets were where this resurrection of the dead started from. That's why the Samaritans or the Sumerians didn't believe in resurrection. That's why the Sadducees didn't believe in resurrection, because they only believed in the Torah. And they didn't believe in the prophets and the writings. So, but yeah, that would negate the resurrection for sure. And Brian says, Nation of Islam is Islam for Afrocentrism. Oh, I could, sure.
I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
Yeah. And Vintage says, come on, callers. We need some bippin' and boppin'. Oh my gosh. That clip was phenomenal. I'll have to see if I could get that on the stream sometime. Flow TDI, thank you for the super chat, says, oh, Russell, where is this list? You should come up and show the world this greatest argument. Don't come up if you're a coward. And it's a stupid one. He's going to come up here and do, what the hell is that that guy that's been running around here pretending to have a defeater for atheism that created his own argument?
The fucking, oh god, the Elliot argument?
Yeah, the Elliot.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, that dude
That's
is
what
like
he's gonna
dodging
run.
me. That
I
dude
missed
is
this.
dipping, ducking, diving. He's fucking, you know, whatever it takes to avoid a debate. You know, he'll be like, you know, come fucking. Yeah, and he's homophobic too. He'll be like, come debate me, you fucking skittle. And then you're like, okay, you like request to join. And he's like, no. You gotta come and debate me in person. Let's set up an in-person debate.
So he's
It's
never
like,
going to debate
why
you.
are you
The
why are
bro
you
wants to
such a
see
coward
other men
fuck?
in person.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. He's just a coward. He's like a spineless coward who's ducking me, quite frankly.
I'm not surprised. Flo TDI, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm not going to cast my pearls before swine. The guy who requested up to cast his Mardi Gras beads at us. That's what I'm saying. If you come up on our stream that you've already declared that you're going to cast your pearls before swine, what are you doing? Just trying to back out at the end? And Keiko Kiss says, cast my pearls to swine, sincerely loving Christians. True, this is Jesus' work. He says, one command I leave you, love others as I've loved you. I can feel the love. And Sully says, what was his favorite argument as an atheist? I should have asked. Every time someone says, I used to be an atheist, we really should ask questions about when they were an atheist and see how legit they were, because it never was. It was like, oh, I was mad at God for a year or two, and then, I went back. It wasn't very thoughtful.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Game Guy says, apparently Christians read their dictionaries like they read their Bibles. True. How often have we had trouble in conversations because mere English words in the dictionary have been tripping people up? Joshua Everett, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, even if we accept that there is an outside of space-time, we can't do anything more than imagine what might be out there or how it works. I would imagine so. Like we're still figuring out space-time itself. How in the world would we be able to conceive of non-space-time? Is weird.
But like even then, like no matter we're trying to hypothesize about God time or whatever. You still need some kind of causal chain, right? And that's
Yeah.
the only thing that the argument depends on. Like the
Right.
exact physics of how space and time are correlated to each other. That's not really relevant for that debate. So
Sure.
Yeah, I think maybe they want to say like one of two things. Like maybe they either want to say, okay, so we have God and God time, and then there's like some moment that's like simultaneous between God time and our time, and God like wills the creation of the first moment, but then that just collapses into a single timeline because there's like simultaneity between these moments. So that wouldn't be God time distinguished from like our time. The other thing they might want to say, maybe they want to say like God and God time at some point just decides to create like the block universe, and then he just creates the entire timeline all at once.
Maybe I'm trying to really steelman this argument here. You could potentially do something where you have an eternal timeline, and every point on that timeline, like every irrational value, can be mapped to a positive rational value on a separate timeline. And so you can, in theory, have like an eternal timeline where every point at that time is eternally creating a point on a timeline that has a finite beginning. Maybe.
Yeah, but yeah. So in that circumstance, then you would just say that like God creates like the entire block, because if you have like one moment that exists from eternity and gives rise to a next moment, well, then that next moment also must just be eternal, because you can't have like you can't have like a finite duration between these 2 points, and you can't have like an infinite duration.
Well, you can map an infinite timeline to a finite region.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, Matt. I do know what you mean. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. But okay. So the problem is that so we have like the change line and we have the timeline. Now some people come on and they defend like the relationalist view of time, that time is just like the relations between moments. What these people are essentially saying is that the change line just is identical to the timeline, that these are the same line. But then there are people who distinguish it, but they would still say that every point in the change line maps to some point in the timeline.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's not doable if you think that there's like having like an eternal moment in the change line, like an eternal first moment in the change line. Like maybe you think that there's like infinite empty time, and then it gets weird, it gets messy.
Maybe I'll DM you about this later. I'm
Yeah.
kind of interested in trying to maybe mathematically make this work, but
Sure, yeah.
And Neck2, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says Ian time is greater than God time, and that has to be a fact because God doesn't have any time. W and Brian says screw turtles all the way down. It's God meta time all the way up. Yes.
Yeah.
And Joshua Everett coming again says, I would take 10 hours of chaos calling in over any speed talking Phil, bro. You know what? Yeah. Well, actually, Ian's gonna like snuff them out most likely, but I'm not interested in taking them. Liquid, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, could it be argued that the reason to listen to God is for well-being, heaven, or is it that not technically well-being? Pretty sure it isn't freedom, at least.
Well, that's really interesting. Yes, you could make that argument that, but then at that point you're appealing to secular ethics. You would need to say that there's some reason for you to have well-being that's independent of God's commands.
That makes sense.
So at that
Good
point,
answer.
like the moral authority is something other than God, which the Christian doesn't want to say, because then you could make like literally this exact same argument on the atheist worldview. Whatever accounts for the fact that everybody ought strive towards well-being, it's not because God commanded it, otherwise you run into like circularity. There needs to be some reason that everyone has to value their well-being in order for the Christian to appeal to the value of well-being as being like why you should listen to God. I don't know if that makes any sense or if that's like
Yeah. No, it's good.
Yeah.
Straightforward, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says the argument about time, just love it. Those having blind, illogical faith, the Bible rejects that idea in 1 Peter 3:15. True. And in Romans 12:1, that is also true. Sundays with you guys are awesome. So thank you. Well, straightforward, thank you. And we try to do as much entertainment and dialogue as we can on Sundays. Today was a slow start, but I think we got a couple good ones in. Slow TDI says reality, we follow reality. You don't need God. Rock hard for Doug. True, if God needed us or wanted us to follow him or we would just know. You don't have to do the hiding game. Puma says the truth I follow is women. Whatever my girlfriend tells me is the truth. If I disagree, I sleep on the couch. Well, yeah, you do have to be careful, friend. Be careful. And Kurt, thank you for the super chat, says sprinted away from the slavery topic. Probably smart, but once you admit the Bible endorses slavery, you need God for morality is dead. That's the case. Yeah, I think that's why the slavery topic and some of the others like slaughtering babies and pregnant women is so powerful when you're talking about the moral argument, because most of Christians don't know that those verses exist. Base Lord says, if revelation from God was repeatable, testable, and novel, then I would take it more seriously. Verily, I say unto thee, it ain't. And we agree, verily, verily. Nice to say, Nee says, some people don't believe in God. Therefore, God. I mean, that is...
Yeah, that was an interesting argument.
That is basically it. That was the argument. And user, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, question for Justin. Is there anything that would suggest Adam and Eve ate from the tree of life previously, trying to understand if they were immortal and therefore eating actually did cause them to die? Okay, so I think they were never mortal to begin with, because if you go to the passage in chapter 3, we're going to go to Genesis 3:22. God is like pretty concerned about the situation, and he says something that should be striking for most people. It says, then the Lord God said, see, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil, and now they might reach out their hands and take also from the tree of life and live and eat forever. Meaning the tree of life is going to enable them to live and eat forever. And remember, that tree of life was already there. There were 2 trees in the garden. This was obviously the other tree was a tree of life. So I'm inclined to believe that the tree was accessible and that they would have been eating from it.
This really is the rock so heavy that even he couldn't lift it, because if you eat from that tree, then God can't kill you. But God made the tree that, yeah, this is
right.
This is problematic.
I am. Stefko says, does he consider the Da Vinci Code non-biblical canon? Oh, I mean, at that point, it was like nothing was off the table. Like there was no thing that couldn't become like, a message of Jesus Christ somehow if you just went hard enough. So, I mean, it is what it is. But we got through the conversation. It was fun. And Bill, thank you for the $10 super chat, or £10 super chat. How did Iron Age paternity test work? Didn't Joseph get the slightest bit suspicious when his wife got pregnant? Was it just an elaborate grift to get gifts from some passing magi? Seems suspicious. It was sus, and I think a lot of people are under the idea that Mary probably got knocked up by somebody else. Perhaps Pantera, the Roman guard, So there is that, and it led to Jesus, and then to cover it up, they're like, "Oh, God made me pregnant. This is God's child. You're not a bastard child. You're God's." So I think that's probably what happened, to be honest. But paternity tests were basically word of mouth. Your father would vouch for you, his father vouched for him, and that was just kind of how the thing worked. You know what I mean? Anthony, thank you for the super chat. Says rock hard for Doug this great Sunday. Thanks, y'all. Well, thank you for supporting the stream. Super much appreciated. And Anthony as well says, Justin, what the hell's going on in Ezekiel 23:20? Okay, so it talks about the emissions of stallions and members like horses and whatnot. This is referring to the lovers of the wayward Israelites that are being personified essentially as what's the word? I don't want to use the WH word. What do they do in the Bible? Well, they're being personified as prostitutes essentially. And so there's just some imagery, maybe the most graphic imagery they could think of when they're writing it to show how lewd these people groups were, in metaphor, obviously. So that's actually what's happening. But it's a weird verse for God's holy word. And Corin Horn says, isn't it a dead end for Christians to argue that the creator of the universe is outside of time? Isn't the Bible God obviously in time? Well, Corin, that's my take on it. There's nothing in the Bible that I think says that God created time, because the Bible doesn't know time existed.
Yeah, there's like quite a bit of cope that I think needs to be done there. I think basically the view that they want to take is something like, okay, God is timelessly willing to act at all of these like different times. That God is like willing the entire timeline, but it includes like these various like miracle events, and he's kind of just like eternally willing, like at this time this happens and at that time that happens. And I mean, I think that there's strangeness there, but I think the creation of time itself I focus on the creation of time itself just because, you can't really be willing, like X happens at X time, Y happens at Y time, if time itself doesn't exist. Either it exists or it doesn't. And if it doesn't exist, then God needs to change from not creating it to creating it, and that's problematic.
Right. And before I forget, last time I answered the question about the tree of life, I got asked for the verse, and I forgot to put it up last time for anyone who wants it. This is going to be the verse. It says, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So in the middle of the garden were the two different trees, but it's just one mention. That's the only time it gets mentioned until Genesis 3:22. But so it is in there. Slow TDI says Quanta only has 124 subs on YouTube. What the fuck y'all doing? That's what I'm talking about. How is people not following Quanta right now?
I only just started streaming on YouTube, so that one's fresh. TikTok was my primary streaming platform for a while.
We'll get you branched out. And Genji, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friends. It's Justin, what do you think of Resurrection and Reception in Early Christianity by Richard C. Miller? So I haven't done a thorough read of the book. I do have the book. I went through it actually to mine a lot of data out of the book. It's full of a lot of really good data. But I haven't actually sat down and read word for word of what Richard Miller wrote, but it's a really good book. I do highly recommend it. It's really good. Maybe there could be some stuff added to it, but it's pretty thorough. I think you'll like it. I don't know if you've already got it, but if you don't have it, I recommend it. It's a good book, and anyone who wants to know about like resurrection at the the time of Jesus and how it would have been received and how people would have viewed it, and were there others, this book will get you into some really cool territory though. So. But nevertheless, friends, hey, that's the end of our show. It's 3:03. Thank you so much for all the likes, shares, support, and super chats. Really appreciate it, friends. And we'll see you again next week.
Wait. We need to plug the tour. I don't know if you saw the email,
fuck.
but
It's finalized.
Yep. We need to start plugging the tour. We're on the website. We're going to be going on Pang Burn. We're doing an in-person event. It's happening in New York. It's called the No God Tour. It's October 10th. We have like a poster for it. I'll send it out to my Discord. But it's at 7 p.m. October 10th at Bronxlandia, NYC. It's an in-person debate event where we're going to do very much the same format as Unapologetic. We're calling all theists. If you want to come debate us in person, we're going to be there in person, accepting debates. We would love to see you there.
I look very different in that poster.
It's going to be a blast, y'all. We're going to be talking to real people in real life on a real stage, and it might catch fire. I don't know. I'm just saying some things could go up in flames. But thank you so much for being here, friends. We'll see you again next week.